Good morning, Commissioner Carter. Just want to do a quick sound check.
Good morning, Monica and everyone.
Thank you.
Good morning, Heidi. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Commissioner Carter. Just want to do a quick sound check. Oh, sorry.
I still hear you.
That was YouTube. I had to mute it on the thing so that it wouldn't be in back any
Oh, I see. Boy, it's been technically tricky on us.
right. We're good though. Thank you.
Hey, Wendy.
Good morning, Vice Chair Jacobs and Commissioner Alama. I just want to do a quick sound check. Morning, Monica. Thank
Good
you.
morning. Happy
Yeah.
New Year, everyone.
Good morning, Commissioners. It is 9 a.m. It looks like we are still waiting on, actually, no. We have our interim county manager on the line. We have the acting attorney on the line. We do have all commissioners except for Commissioner Burns. I don't know if you would like to wait a few moments, Chair Howerton, or if you would like to go ahead and start the meeting since we do have a quorum.
Good morning, everyone, and Happy New Year. Commissioner Burns may be being challenged like I've been. I have no lights, and my community, I guess the storm this morning or after 4 o'clock just kind of took everything down. And I wondered about the rest of the commissioners, but you're here except for Commissioner Burns. So if someone could text her to find out, Monica, could you text her to find out if she's okay and if she's going to be signing on?
Yes, ma'am. Give me 1 second.
Thank you. Now, it's a trying time for all of us, and with this virus, just makes the stress even more for our community and our citizens. And then with the crime that's happening in our community, I just want to send out my condolences and heartfelt, I can't believe the shooting that's happening in our community right now. I just need to acknowledge that people are going through some real trauma right now. And we just want to work and do whatever we can for our community. So if she's still not here, we can go ahead and get started, and maybe she'll sign on in a few minutes.
Madam Chair, I'm going to be
yeah.
coming in.
You saw her?
She's coming.
All right, great. So today is our first meeting of the year, January 3rd, 2022. Good morning, Commissioner Burns, you're here. I hope everyone had a safe and joyous holiday, and we are going to get started because we have a lot to get done this year. The board, the commissioners, and I'm not going to read the public charge given that we are on the Zoom. So I'm just going to call this meeting to order and just welcome the public and commissioners and staff to this work session today. And the first thing on our agenda is during this portion of the meeting, we've asked citizens comments or emails that they may have, and we're asking our clerk if she will read those for us.
Good morning, commissioners, public. I will read the comments that were received for today's meeting. The deadline for these comments was Sunday, January the 2nd at 2 p.m. and we did receive 2 comments during that period. The first comment received was from Jim Savara. It reads, Dear members of the Durham Board of County Commissioners, I would like to ask you to encourage the Department of Social Services Board of Directors to extend the deadline for the low-income homeowners relief program to January 31st. DSS Director Ben Rose informed me that there were only 186 applications as of December 23rd. 51 had been approved, 47 denied, and 88 were pending. There was limited staff assistance available in the final weeks of December, and there were 3 county holidays between December 23rd and the December 31st deadline. We are afraid that many qualifying homeowners who need the assistance will be left out. It is difficult to inform the public of a new program. Although information about the program was sent to all homeowners with their property tax bill, the final name of the program was not included in that insert, and the eligibility level was set at 30% AMI, although those with income up to 60% of the area median income could be placed on a waiting list in case the program were expanded. Later, the eligible income was raised to 60% AMI, and those with incomes up to 80% AMI could be placed on a waiting list. Community organizations promoting the program were delayed in developing their own promotional material until the program details were finalized. We urge you to extend the deadline for applications through the end of January. In the outreach we are doing to promote the program, we have recommended that homeowners pay their full tax bill by the January 5th tax deadline if they are applying closer to the deadline for the LIHR grant. The same would apply to persons who apply for the grant after December 31st if the deadline is extended. The Tax Administration Office will pay the grant, if approved, to the homeowner when the full tax bill has already been paid. I understand that the DSS Board is holding a special meeting today, January 3rd. Please indicate to the board your support for the extension that will increase the number of low-income homeowners that can benefit from this innovative program. Comment 2, received by DeWarren Langley. The youth home was a substantial investment of $30 million to keep our youth who require confinement in their community, where we can ensure access to high-quality services and provide greater access to their family. The equation is unbalanced if we do not have a collective impact strategy and plan with equal or greater financial commitment to ensure our youth have the support, resources, and opportunities to grow and develop to prepare them to lead meaningful and successful lives. According to data from Durham Police Department, over 95% of the city's gun violence victims and perpetrators are Black boys and young men. According to academic achievement and the discipline data from Durham Public Schools, boys of color, specifically Black boys, have the lowest percentage that meet minimum grade level proficiency in college and career readiness, while also having the highest short and long-term suspensions since 2015. The most juvenile petitions and confinements at the youth home have consistently been boys of color. We are not doing enough to educate, equip, and empower boys and young men in color, BYMOC, in Durham. The data shows we are failing them and they deserve better. In December, I attended MBK University 101, developing and launching your local MBK action plan of My Brother's Keeper Alliance, which provided insights and strategies to develop, complete, and launch a local action plan to serve as a living, breathing document that guides work, is reported out on, and is assessed and evolved as necessary. In addition, representatives from an MBK community shared about their journey in launching their plan and honors the ongoing work. I was the only representative from Durham present. While I understand the administration is engaging in an operational assessment of MBK Durham to conduct an analysis that evaluates operations and processes to identify opportunities for improvement, stakeholder engagement is essential if we are to ensure MBK Durham has the leadership, governance, structure, and community support to build and sustain an ecosystem that provides responsive services that ensure boys of color enter school ready to learn, reading at level, graduating from high school, ready for college and career, completing post-secondary education or training, and successfully entering the workforce. I'm reaching out again to advocate for the creation of a My Brother's Keeper, MBK, Durham Advisory Board to provide the leadership and accountability required for a robust, collective, impact strategic that can transform the quality of life of boys and young men of color. In addition, I ask commissioners to direct staff to create a revised boys and young men of color local action plan for Durham County by a cross-section of stakeholders to improve coordination, strengthen collaboration, and share responsibility, and systematic reforms with clear goals, measurable outcomes, and time frame to inform the collective impact strategy in partnership with the City of Durham. We want BYMOC to thrive, not just survive. The Charles Hamilton Houston Foundation Incorporated will continue to work tirelessly to ensure boys and young men of color in our Young Men of Excellence program and Career Pathway program gain the skills, experiences, and support that will empower them to reach their potential through education and training to achieve career success and economic stability and mobility. We welcome the opportunity to work with the administration. That concludes the comments received. They have been emailed to the commissioners. They will be emailed to staff, and they will also be added to our minutes and the website.
Thank you, Ms. Wallace, for reading those for us. Regarding the first correspondence, and I know that I've spoken with the health director, not the health director, Ben, regarding that, and the DSS will take that on, and the other one from DeWarren will be staff will follow up on that. Are there any comments or questions from the commissioners? If not, are there any announcements, any other comments from the commissioners? Any comments from commissioners? Yes, Wendy.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that we have a special DSS meeting today at 4:00 where we will be discussing exactly what was in the comments. Thank you.
Now, for the public, that has to be undertaken by the DSS board, not the commissioners. Okay, thank you. Commissioners, we have our consent agenda this morning. We have about 15 items on the agenda, and I'd like to ask our interim manager, Hager, if she will go through those with the board and allow any comments or questions from the board members.
Good morning, commissioners. Happy New Year. Trust that you all had a nice new year, and we're looking forward to an exciting day today, but we're going to try to move quickly. I did want to make one comment about Mr. Langley's remarks. As he mentioned, we are doing some assessments with MBK along with other programs that are similar. We had conflicts with that conference that occurred at the national level. Ms. Pierce has been in contact with the state MBK liaison, and they've had quite a few dialogues as we revamp and look at how do we become more integrated in so many areas. Durham is just a wonderful community in that we serve a lot of stakeholders and we do it a lot of different ways. And so the desire is to have, exactly as Mr. Langley spoke about, a collective impact approach in how we do that business. But I did want to speak to that as well. So we'll quickly move through the consent agenda items. The first one is 210700, approval to enter into a contract with Insight Global Staffing for IS&T help desk support. And the dollars are in the current operating budget. That's for $72,800. The next one is 210741. It's an extension of the 2022 listing period for business personnel property. 220001, that's a budget ordinance amendment to recognize $259,469 of North Carolina Department of Transportation Rural Operating Assistance Program, ROAP, funds for transportation. The next one is 21004, detention center cooler freezer restoration. This is a temporary adjustment to the freezer as we look at longer term detention repairs that are needed. The sheriff has identified a list of items that require support. So this is a short-term fix for a critical issue. The next one is 210005, an amendment to recognize $527,000 from the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services branch, and it will support public health, women's and children's health section for immunization. And this will support our COVID-19 mass vaccination planning and implementation. We have 20, there's a question.
Commissioner Carter.
Yes, thank you. You know, I know we're all just thrilled to see almost more than $500,000 coming in for this purpose to our health department. Would it be possible, as more definitive plans are made for how to use this money, if we get some additional information about that? You know, I know that we all attend meetings and questions arise about specifics, what we're doing to increase vaccination uptake, increase our vaccination rate across the community, especially, for example, in the homeless community. I recently was at a meeting where that was a big topic of discussion. And so if, you know, any of these dollars are being targeted towards something specific that we could hear more about in the future, that'd be great. Just, I think it would help us be fully educated, you know, about what we're doing, what the Public Health Board has decided, what the team has decided. Just like to know more about that going forward.
Yes, ma'am. Commissioner Carter, we definitely can provide that information. There's also a contract that the Public Health Department will actually an agreement with the city that will allow us to expand our sites for immunizations, and that'll be at the next meeting. And I'm sure at that time we'll get more information. So, yes. Okay, the next one is 22006, a contract to approve IT support for ServiceNow of $243,000, and this is in their existing operating budget. We have budget ordinance amendment 22007, and this is to recognize an $83,000 grant for the Criminal Justice Resource Center, and this is from the U.S. Department of Justice. It's always exciting seeing all the grants that our departments are receiving. And there's a question.
Commissioner Jacobs.
Yeah, I just really wanted to commend Gudrun and her staff, everyone who was a part of this. I was thrilled that our public information staff had put a press release out about it. And I actually heard a story on WNC highlighting this. So it was really great to, there are so many things that happen that people don't know about. And I was just thrilled to see that. And I guess one of my questions for Gudrun on this, and maybe it's not something she has to answer now, but it sounded like this first year was planning, and then second and third years were implementation. But the AAF was just really detailed. Thank you, Gudrun, for all the information that you gave us in that. But I guess one of my concerns was, do we have in our community adequate providers for what we're trying to do? Because I guess that's part of what you're looking at, the staffing and the providers. But so maybe anyway, that's just one thing I was wondering when I was reading this.
Good morning, Commissioners. Happy New Year, everyone. I am a little bit in the dark. CGRC has some power issues, and we have some things working and some things are not working. So please.
I understand. I understand.
Commissioner Jacobs, that's a very good question, and we will have to see. So the first year is a planning year, which is required by the grant solicitation. And in this project, we are actually focusing, this is a justice and mental health collaboration project, and we are focusing on strengthening our collaboration with the courts and the district attorney's office, streamlining referrals. But then the grant will also give us additional resources to serve individuals through the criminal justice resource center until we can connect them to the resources in the community. So there was not enough money in the grant to stand up a full forensic act team that our staff had requested, but we will have some staffing and some resources in place to support the individuals until we can connect them more long-term.
Thank you.
Welcome.
And look
Gertrude,
forward,
I'm sorry, go ahead, Commissioner.
I just
Jacobs.
said I look forward to learning more as you move through this.
Stepping up
grant. Thank you.
initiatives will be all in this.
I just had a quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
How does the citizens find out about this other than what we've already put out in the media? How else would they know about it?
So for now, we put out the press release. We are working. We have 9 to 12 months to develop a planning and implementation guide that will be very detailed as to how we plan to implement, how we address. We haven't even received that yet. What specific information we are supposed to. We can post the implementation guide once it's approved by the Department of Justice on our Stepping Up initiative or our mental health court website, if you think that would be of interest to the community. And we will work with public information, to get some guidance from them as to how much information to share with the community on an ongoing basis. Plus, we will be coming back to you in the next few months with some more with the intercept mapping, and I think this will all fall into all that together.
Thank you. I think anything that we can do to share information with the community, because we do so much and the community doesn't, it's not connected in a way that the community knows what it is that we're doing. So anything that we can share would be great.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Okay, I'll turn it back to you.
Great. It's 220008 Bulls City Financial Services Contract Amendment. And the dollars for this are in the departmental's budget. Number 220009 Conservation Easement Option with Clara Glenn for 12721 Hampton Road.
Commissioner Carter.
I just wanted to celebrate this just for a moment briefly. Jane Corris and Celeste Burns do an amazing job of reaching out to our open space landowners, farm owners, and just doing everything they can to come up with ways to permanently protect farmland in Durham County. And this is just an outstanding example of their work that comes forward. I hear about it at the Farmland Protection Board meetings and just want to lift it up a bit here. Thank you, Jane and Celeste. I don't really have any questions, just want to celebrate it.
Jane, did you want to say something?
No, I'm happy for the continued support of the board toward this program. We really see how it make such an important difference in our landowners who want to keep their farm and farmland forever. And we wouldn't be able to do it without the board's continuing support, even with the grant funds that we get. So we're just very appreciative that we're working in Durham with the leadership that we have.
Thank you. All right, Commissioner Jacobs.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Carter, for celebrating this one. I also wanted to really note, because it wasn't in the AAF, that, but it really came through with the information that you provided about the Durham Historic Inventory, Jane, that this is also a historic Black-owned farm.
Yes.
And I just thought, also looking at that map, I felt like, wow, we're seeing 3 different families who are now benefiting, and just the collective impact of that.
Yeah.
And, we hear so much about the challenges with Black farmers with land loss, with the challenges with, families having these tiny little pieces of their property kind of divided up, and then how hard it is to be able to consolidate that and preserve family farms. And looking at that map and seeing what's happening is really exciting.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you for bringing that up, Commissioner Jacobs. I think what she is referring to is attachment 2, which actually shows that the farm you're considering this morning is outlined in red. That's the Glen farm, but that was really the cornerstone. And it was the children and then the cousins that you see with Douglas Day and Alston Glen in green, who were the first farms along this stretch of road to both separately commit to an easement. And then you actually can kind of see in gold, each of those farms have used some of the proceeds from the easement to then buy back sibling properties or cousins to try to keep it in the family. And so this may be a good segue to say, as excited as we are to have the Clara Glen farm, the sort of the cornerstone coming in, you will shortly be seeing 2 more agenda items to finalize the budget for these 2 additions, where the landowners use some of the easement money to buy back more of their family farm to increase the size of the farm, really keeping even more of this historic corridor in working farmland by African-American farms. So it's really an exciting part of the story of Durham working with landowners like this.
Ms. Burns.
I'm not a commissioner anymore. Oh my goodness.
Hang on, Commissioner Burns, hang on just a second. I think Ms. Burns has her hand up, not Commissioner. You don't have your hand up?
Oh, Celeste. Oh.
Yeah, see, I'm calling you, you're Commissioner Burns.
I thought I got debunked in 1 year. Celeste.
So whose hand is that? Is that, I see a hand, and it's between Commissioner Lum and Ms. Burns. So neither one of you? Okay, all right. Go ahead, Commissioner Burns.
I just was gonna throw this out. I was gonna email, but I'm happy that Commissioner Carter did take some time to kind of sort of pull this one, and that Commissioner Jacobs highlighted. I would just like to say, not trying to put any extra work on folks, but these are the types of stories that like USDA likes to see. You'll see a lot of times, especially when you're looking in the Southeast. And I mean the Southeast United States, there are a lot of families. The only way Black people could protect their property was with heirs property, right? Like I gotta get, that made sure that this child had it, but now here it is 100 years later, and there's like 138 descendants, right? So nobody really has access, nobody really has a deed. They want to fight about it in court, which is not really a fight, because there's probably one person, some patriarch or matriarch who's been paying the taxes on it, and now some young person thinks it's their opportunity to cash in. So when you do see individuals be kind of sort of creative about either planting trees, putting their putting some of their trees into conservation plans, utilizing payments from easements just to keep it in the family, those are stories that we want to highlight and we want to lift up, because what usually happens, and I've seen it because there was a story in South Carolina where a family was using the trees that they put in the conservation plan, the payments that they were receiving were allowing them to continue to be able to make some of their tax payments and actually, pay out dividends. I think if there's an opportunity for us to highlight this story with USDA, it's not just about us, it's going to help another family somewhere else. And so I'm hopeful that maybe, again, not to put any work on anybody, but maybe we submit this to FSA, maybe not rural development, and let them know. And then when they kind of sort of highlight this story, we don't know what family we might help in Alabama or South Carolina that hadn't thought of this kind of a creative way. And maybe we also submit it to NACO, because they tend to like our award-winning staff. But those are just my 2 cents.
Anything else, Commissioner Jacobs?
Well, I agree with what Commissioner Burns said. I think getting back to what you said, Madam Chair, about the community not knowing about a lot of the great things that our staff are doing. There's a great story here to me about the work that Jane and her staff have been doing that is about preserving, wealth. It's about protecting the water. It's about our local food economy. And then seeing the next generation. I love that in that picture, Jane, you see that there's a younger family member who's now interested, a young woman who's interested in farming. And so there's just a lot of stories to be told here that I think, thank you.
Okay, turn it back to you.
Okay.
Okay.
The next item is 2022-10 emergency schedule repairs for the Triangle Wastewater Treatment Plant. It's a contract amendment with Carolina Civil Works. The next one is 2213, a request for Durham County ABC Board for flexibility with the general manager's salary, and that request from the ABC Board is based on general statute requirements.
Commissioner Jacobs had included a resolution, and Commissioner Jacobs, I'm going to ask that we put that down at the bottom, so at some point we can take a quick break and have the commissioners have an opportunity to read it, because I don't think anybody's had a chance to read it yet. I just received it and I haven't had a chance to just read through it before we approve it, if that's okay. Commissioner Jacobs.
I just had a quick comment about this one.
Which one? Which one? The resolution
the one
or
that Claudia just mentioned, the ABC.
Okay.
I guess I don't know if it could be worded in some way that we're saying that we approve the flexibility, but that it within what are kind of the market competitive market rates or whatever. I mean, I think probably it's bizarre that it would have been tied to the clerk of the court salary, but I think the intent is that, to put some type of parameters on the salary. I don't know what kind of wording staff would recommend, but I think something that just does not just like give, I think it's supposed to be a checks and balance system is point. But if it could be reflective that the ABC board has the authority, but that it should be a salary that is within competitive market or something. That's just
Yeah.
what.
So Commissioner Jacobs, I did speak with Claudia, interim manager Hager last night about that, and she said that she would take a look at that. That there was some questions for me as well. So if she wants to comment on that.
I'll comment on that. This is one of those unique general statute items that sort of caught me off guard. I had not realized it was there. But based on the market, and as you know, and we've talked about the competitive of salaries, it's reaching that threshold that they have to seek the board approval. During agenda prep, we talked about possibly, and Drew brought it up, looking at making something more permanent in how we do this, but we would come back to the board and share with the board some guiding principles for that step if it occurred. In that, it would fall in line with our salary scale because we have a pay band, and we would see where that particular salary range is included in our pay band and sort of track it in that manner. But we'll come back with more details about that. For this today, it is just to give the authority for them to recruit in the range that aligns with the market, because it appears that the clerk of court salary, although it's placed as a benchmark, does not necessarily align with ABC managers across the state. So we will bring that back.
Okay. Thank you. Did you have something you wanted to say about it, Drew?
No, I agree. We hope maybe to have some additional information by next week when you actually sort of adopt this. But in any case, we'll be bringing back additional information, both from our own HR and perhaps some verbiage that refers to the kind of market study that they have already been doing, but that we would like to be sort of the underlie, future salary recommendations as well.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Burns?
Yeah. Did anybody go and look at the statute? I did. I did. Because the reference in the memo that you all gave us is 18B 700 G1. And then when you look at it, it is aligned to the like you all said, the clerk of court, but then it said, look at the editor's note. And then in the editor's note, it says that this was done to keep, to hold down any conflicts with nepotism. So I know we're all trying to see here, like, why in the world is this connected to the clerk of court? In some random county, this was somebody's first cousin trying not to make more than somebody else's first cousin. That is the only thing that makes any sense to me. So I'm serious, like if y'all don't have nothing else to do in the weekend, there's an editor's note. It's like special editor's note K, and that is what is linked to it. And it literally goes through this whole thing about nepotism and a first cousin and and this is the reason why we chose to put this in. I am not kidding. So I just thought I'd throw that out there. So wow. Yes, Claudia, Drew, whatever y'all have to come up with, because this was clearly a fight in somebody's family in a county that might not be close to here. I love my county. This is maybe something, my home county, this is something we would have came up with. So y'all I kind of sort of might want to go back and look at that one. And like our leadership stated, might be a rule change that we might be able to look at in-house.
Wow. I knew there was a backstory, had not looked at it carefully, but you've piqued my interest now. So thank you.
All right. Okay.
The next one is 2215, amendment to lease agreement between Durham County and Presidential Park West property owner. The next item is a capital project amendment appropriating $12 million from limited obligation bonds, funding a future financing source to increase the existing Snow Hill pump station and forest main replacement project, as well as execution of the design, builder, guarantee maximum price number 4. This is a project that we've been working on for some time. The great thing is that we're growing in that area. The challenge is that the capacity is at a place we need to move swiftly in order to meet the needs of the Snow Hill pump station. We put this on, and as we shared, we are looking at limited obligation bonds to offset this expense. We will also look at the capacity of potentially using ARPA funds for some of it, because it will also help our residents in that community as well. And as you know, one of the main focuses of the transformative dollars is to look at how we can impact communities in a major way. And water, sewer is a critical need for some parts of our community, as we have failing septic systems and other issues. So we need to do some math to make sure that if we do apply ARP funds, the cost allocation is the appropriate level. And of course, like I said, we got with those ARP funds, you know how I am, we do a lot of due diligence. So we'll come back with a recommendation if that's a route that we do. We're also having conversations with, we will have conversations with the city as well on this particular project. So I just wanted to give a few more comments about this before we move forward.
Claudia, I remember being on the health board, and there was always, a lot of times there were conversations about septic systems and the failing ones in our communities. So I'd really like to hear where we are with our septic systems in Durham County. Is that we dealt with that conversation a lot when I was on the board, on the health board.
Yes, ma'am. We will come back with more information about that.
Okay, thank you. That was a hand up. Commissioner Jacobs.
Thank you. And thank you, Claudia. I guess just to clarify, because the price has gone up exponentially on this project many times. This is a pump station that is a city pump station. Is that correct? The Snow Hill pump station? Okay.
Well, and I'll have Perry and Vince jump in, because I want to make sure I'm not misrepresenting part of it. And
Good morning.
Okay.
Yeah. Good morning. Happy New Year, commissioners.
Happy New Year.
Perry.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, that is correct. This is a city-owned pump station, the Snow Hill Pump Station. And so, again, through our economic development work, the county has agreed to sort of take on this project to increase the capacity for some critical, I guess, manufacturing and industrial facilities up there at that in the Trayburn area. And so the short answer is yes, it is a city-owned pump station.
Okay. Could you get for us just information about, since it is a city-owned pump station, then the fees that are paid by the companies who use it go to the city. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And then also any of the companies that are dependent on this pump station. Well, anyway, it would be helpful to know what the revenues are that benefit the city from this. Because I know this has been an ongoing conversation since I've been on this board, that about the city also contributing to this project, since they are benefiting directly from it. And they also have received ARPA funding. So if we could get more information about how this project benefits the city directly, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. We'll get that for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Those are great questions. And I will say, as I mentioned, the city manager and I didn't say that we had had some preliminary conversations. This got escalated a little bit faster. And so we will come back to the board. The goal is some shared commitment in how it's funded. And there were some components, and Jay talked through it with me, and Perry will correct me. There's a 1A to this part and then a 1B. Because of pricing, the 1A costed much more than planned. We budgeted originally $13 million for it because of supply chain issues. And some of these were even before COVID. The price went up to about 18 million. So the 1B part, although we had designed it, we did not have enough dollars to support the B component of it, which is what we're needing to do right now. So we will come back to the board and we will refine strategy with financing, but again, it's one that we have to move swiftly on.
Excuse me. And it'll be great to have that conversation. You've got new administration on the city side with the new city manager and mayor and city council. And I know it's been a conversation that the county and the city's been having for quite some time. So it'll be great to refresh the ones that are there and inform the ones that are new and see what happens with this conversation.
All right.
Okay. Anything else on this? Okay.
The next item is 2222, budget ordinance amendment to appropriate $400,000 of general fund balance to provide stopgap funding for COVID-19 related emergency food assistance in Durham County. As the board may recall, we came to you with some conversations about food insecurity, and we said we would come back with some strategies. This is a stopgap. There was a much larger request, and there was a desire to meet some more immediate needs as it relates to food pantries and infrastructure, materials and supplies. And I won't go into all of that, but in Donna Rewalt and and Ms. Oxendine can answer any questions that you may have on that one.
Go ahead, Commissioner Burns, and then I have a comment. Go ahead.
My comment is, one, I'm happy that we're doing some of this stopgap funding. I remember when you ladies were here last time, and I did get to take some time out. I had you both on the side of the road for about 2 or 3 hours. Asking questions about this when I was at the farm. So, and I got all my questions answered.
Your mic is muffled.
I do not. Mary smile. Okay, I will come back, but I like what staff has done because you picked up on some of the recommendations. But I will be back. What in the world, Claudia, let me back in.
Okay. Okay. While she's coming back, I had a couple of people to call me the Friday before Christmas and wanted to know where they could access funds for food. Is there any? So how do people access applying for?
That's a great question. And I'll have Ms. Oxendine or Ms. Rewalt speak to it, but there will be an RFP process, a request for proposal process that will happen and will allow entities to apply for the funding as we typically do. We, in our nonprofit process, had a funding allocation for an amount that was smaller pre-COVID. And so it would follow that similar cycle, but Donna or Ms. Oxendine can speak to that. And we will also flesh this out further in upcoming months.
So, and I will add, and then if Mary would like to add a little bit more detail. So what we have found has been most effective at previous times when we have done these smaller types of grants is that we work with a local organization that can get those grants out more quickly than we can in the county. So we will actually be contracting. We'll actually by Monday be able to share that vendor with you, but that's a strategy we've already employed multiple times as a county. And it has been very effective because we work with organizations that have some experience getting these kinds of dollars out more quickly, and maybe are a little bit closer to those food pantries and a little bit more knowledgeable. And they work together in a collaborative team to do that. And we'll be working with them. And I know Mary's been working on some of those options.
Yeah, just to kind of add to what Donna was saying, the local organization that we're identifying will very much so be connected with food pantries and other emergency food providers in the community, and we can have information kind of promoting the grant program so that those organizations know that the funding is there and that they can apply for the funding.
And there is a food, I don't know if you know that through In Hunger Durham, there is a food pantry coordination and meeting that happens every month. And we do have close contact with those individuals. And we certainly will also work through the Food Security Task Force, which has continued to be operational since the start of COVID.
And your notice for those meetings go out to the people that are participating, or is it a public meeting?
The meeting invitation for that goes to all pantry operators in Durham County. So we don't publicize the Zoom link, on a website or anything, but it's not just for the people that attend the meeting. It does go to all pantry operators. In addition to what Donna mentioned, as far as the task force includes organizations that aren't necessarily food pantries that may also be providing emergency food assistance. So we have kind of multiple ways that we can reach emergency food providers.
And we'll certainly do a press release and do some marketing around this as well, as soon as the funding is approved, and the vendor that we work with ends up coming up with the deadlines and dates. But we'll work with them to make sure it gets out widely.
Great. Thank you both. Thank you. Commissioner Carter.
Yes, just real quickly, I wanted to say how much I appreciate our administration being responsive to the request from the Food Security Task Force team and the leadership that we have here with Donna and Mary. Really appreciate that, Claudia, and all of the staff that helped come up with a process that felt right for everyone to get this stopgap funding out in the community ASAP. So thank you.
Yes, and I just want to thank Mary and Donna. This was one over the holiday, when you're trying to do things, we had a few that came up that we had to do quickly. And so they did it seamlessly. So thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Jacobs.
Thank you. And I'm also glad to see this coming forward. I'm wondering, does this meet the needs that we've heard from the Iglesia Emmanuel food pantry, which, we've heard a lot from them that it's very urgent, and they're one of the ones who've been giving out a lot of these food boxes?
Yes, and is the response. So Iglesia Emmanuel, just also so the community knows, is probably the second largest emergency food provider in Durham County right now. They're feeding probably around 3,000 people a week is they're providing food for. And alone, just in beans and rice, they spend like $5,000 a week in that. So yes, this type of funding does definitely support the work that they're doing, and really does kind of fill a gap in resources for them. Considering that they're spending $5,000 on rice and beans a week, does this last, a significant amount of time? We are working with them to try to think through like long-term solutions for supporting families. So not just, relying on the county support, although that, we do think that's still important. We're working with them to actively, make sure families know and are applying for programs like SNAP and WIC that families may be eligible for. And then also just, trying to think of other ways to partner with grocery stores. They've been very active in working with the Interfaith Food Shuttle and the Food Bank and other grocery stores and places to obtain food throughout the community. They're very industrious in getting out and reaching out to other people. So yes, this definitely does support the work that they're doing. For how long, I'm not 100% sure, but I do think it makes a significant impact in helping the community that they serve.
Okay, well, it's concerning to hear. I mean, I know we've gotten a lot of urgent requests from them, and hearing that they're the second biggest provider and really filling obviously a need that's there. I just want to make sure that we are doing what we can to support them.
Commissioner Jacobs, I would add, it doesn't quite yet address the food boxes, which is something we have proposed. You'll also see that probably coming around again. We really focused on the core food. The food boxes with the fresh food are highly desirable, and also connecting that with local farms is really important. But that's one aspect that this wouldn't cover unless they applied for a grant and chose to spend their funds in that way. But we definitely felt like to get the maximum benefit to more food pantries, that this was the appropriate strategy for right now.
Commissioner Burns.
Thank you. I came back in and just had my hand up and my camera wasn't on. So I was like, they just don't see me. And then I was like, they actually see me. So that one was on me. I did want to say, I do remember when you all came the first time, and it was a rather large request, and we had a lot of questions. And I know I had a bunch of questions, and I do know how much work a lot of these groups do. And I've had the chance to visit them, and I've had a great opportunity, Donna and Mary, to really fellowship with you all and figure out what the needs were. And the more I looked at the description here, just what I wanted to highlight, I see two things happening here. I mean, well, three things. We see the stopgap, and I held some of my questions because I did see in the narrative that you all were going to come back to us. But what I think I appreciate the most, something that Commissioner Alam often says, or she picks up in some of these narratives, is that, it looks like y'all took some of the notes that we might have had. So we are looking for things to be a bit more collaborative, because we do notice in this community is we do things one way. We put money right here and push and push and push. And there might be a pantry like 2 minutes down the street, or the food bank is right up the road and they need drivers. And there's this ecosystem that we can build. So Mary, hats off to you, because I think the first time that Donna even introduced us, you all said that you were going to work on that. And every time you all come back, I kind of sort of see it interwoven into everything you ask. For me, when I saw that all the grantees would be required to take a webinar, an onboarding webinar, that is so huge for me, because we want them to be successful. That is huge for me, because and again, that's not a criticism here, but I think we've all worked in spaces where we give folks funding, we don't tell them how, we want them to turn it back in, we don't talk to them about reporting. And Mary and Donna, we had a long talk about the reporting process, and we want people to be able to get access to this. And then we want them to be able to ask, the Belk Foundation, the Duke Foundation, the USDA. And if we give them this technical piece, a technical piece that oftentimes we see consultants come in and rob them of and try to charge them astronomical fees to learn how to do reporting, or to learn how to do onboarding. And the fact that it's interwoven into our process, and the fact that we're telling them they have to distribute this information about WIC and about SNAP to say, hey, these are some other options. Because I think, Mary, when you and I talked, I was asking, are we seeing COVID need, or are we also seeing some folks that should have been in here beforehand, before pre-COVID conditions? You said, you know what, now, Sheena, we have people who probably should have been coming to us before COVID even hit, right? And they didn't even know that there were all these other programs out here. So I do think, as we're giving funding out, not even a burden, but but actually making sure that the nonprofits that we work with know that there are these other options out here. There's these underfunding sources out here. And we all know the federal government hasn't done a good job of saying, hey, this is what we have available. We all get emails every day to know, hey, they've taken this restriction off of SNAP. Hey, they've taken this restriction off of WIC. Hey, they've opened this up, but that doesn't really trickle down. And so I appreciate, outside of just the funding request, these other steps that you all are taking. And it makes me feel not even a lot better, because we're always going to, give money to support food. But I've said this from the onset, I really want every nonprofit in Durham to be a lot stronger, every time we work with them. And I see our staff doing that. I see, and this is not a burden. Like this is stuff that we're doing to actually help folks. And then also getting the data to see if it's FEMA reimbursable. I mean, all of that kind of sort of helps the ecosystem, because if it is, we can throw more money back out there. You get what I'm saying? So I'll stop there, but that was the part for me that was really helpful, because what we do, if we can make this thing cyclical, if we can make this thing stronger, if we can feed more people because we know how to redistribute it better, I think that makes for a stronger Durham. And so I echo everything everybody else said, but I do like the process that you all are taking. And I'll hush there.
Okay. So are there any other comments or questions? Thank you, Donna and Mary. Thank you for your input. Thank you for the work that you're doing. We appreciate you. Next steps. Okay.
All right. And the last item, Commissioner Howerton, is the resolution honoring Mr. Hedgepeth. And you talked about possibly doing it a little bit later, but I wanted to firm that up.
Yeah, just at some point, we'll take a quick break. I don't know if the other commissioners had a chance to read through it. I did not.
I did. I'm fine whenever other folks are already, but I did, just to answer your question, I did get to read it.
Yeah, I had no lights. A chance to read it. I had no lights this morning, so she's just printed it off. And I'd just like to read through it and before we proceed. So I'll do that at some point. Okay. Mr. Jacobs, you have a question?
Right, and the only reason why it's relevant is because the banquet that is honoring Mr. Hedgepeth for his ending his term as the National Raritan president is Saturday, and so his son actually needs to pick this up so they can bring it to the banquet. And though we would normally, we'll celebrate this at our January 10th meeting, the family's just requested to have a copy for the banquet. So we would need to pull it and actually approve it today. And that's just what makes it complicated. So I just wanted to give that background.
No, it's fine. It's just, I'd like to have a chance to read through it, and we'll take a quick break at some point, and I'll do that, and then we'll proceed with it. Okay, we now ready for the discussion items, or were there any other questions about the consent agenda? Seeing no hands, thank you, Interim Manager Hager, for carrying us through that process. Our next items are our discussion items, and 22024, approval of a budget ordinance amendment to number 22 BCC 00058, appropriating $186 of general fund balance, and to authorize a contract for the Student Learning Center located at Durham Tech Community College. So the board is requested to receive an overview of the budget ordinance appropriating these funds to be approved for the Cates Corners to provide tutoring and enrichment services to support Durham Housing Authority's communities, low-income students attending Durham Technical Community College, and families moving forward residents. And we have interim manager Claudia Hager and Durham Tech Community College President JB Buxton on the line for this item.
Hi there, good morning again. This will be a quick update. We also have Ms. Godwin on the line, who is the owner of Kate's Corner, and she is also essential with the Learning Center implementation. This will not be a long conversation in that this partnership has happened over the last year as we've navigated COVID. There have been summer camps that happened this summer, and in the spring, there was a partnership with Kate's Corner and the Housing Authority. This continues that effort. It was located in the spring at Durham Technical Community College. And as the item has mentioned, the support systems to students for tutorial activities, as well as enrichment training, and for parent support services are essential. And for any who have parents in this COVID environment, I can speak with confidence, all the support that one can get helps everybody to ensure our students succeed. And so I'll have President Buxton to give any remarks and Ms. Goodwin to give any remarks. And then we'll ask the board for any questions that you may have. But again, this is familiar, and I just wanted to bring it to your attention because it is a continuation and a partnership that has served our residents well.
Thanks, Manager Hager, and commissioners, good morning. Happy New Year. I hope everyone is safe and stays well amidst the storm. We are so deeply grateful for our partnership with Ms. Goodwin and Kate's Corner and what it means for our students and their children. Childcare is an enormous issue for many of our students who are part-time working parents. We've had a really strong partnership with Kate's Corner, serving children over the last few terms for us, summer and fall. And moving forward, this opportunity for our students is one that not only allows them to enroll in the college, I mean, just baseline enroll because of their childcare needs and what it'll provide, but also succeed. And so this is a critical support for our students. I appreciate your consideration of the item. And again, I'm very thankful for our partnership with Kate's Corner.
Thank you, President Buxton. Any questions, comments from commissioners? Commissioner Burns.
I just want to say hi to everybody. How you doing, Kate? Happy New Year. How you doing, President Buxton? Happy New Year. Greetings and salutations. We did get notes from you all about this. I remember when we first went around, when we first got on the board, you know, this was an item up for discussion, and we've seen how helpful it's been for the students. I'm just always happy to see that we do have nonprofits that are willing to step up when we see a problem in the community that needs to be fixed. And one that, from what I got from parents, has been helpful. And then to see that this collaborative partnership has continued, because I do remember when you volunteered some space, I do remember some school board members talking to me. So we're not out of this pandemic yet. There are still underserved kids that are being affected. And I'm just happy that we're in a position to help you all continue to help more kids that really need it as we try to come out of this pandemic. So those were just my thoughts.
Thank you, Commissioner Burns. This is an item that we are all in support of, and Kate, it's always good to see you and President Buxton as well, and Happy New Year to you both. And if we don't have any questions, it means that we're just excited about it. And that's all. You know, Commissioner Jacobs, you have any comments?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank both of you, Kezia and JB. To me, this is just a great example of partnership and collaboration that has evolved, and then seeing some of the additional partners that you're working with or families moving forward, and some other groups. Going back to what Commissioner Burns said earlier about how we want to see this type of collaboration to meet community needs is just really fantastic. And I would just say, I was really glad to see in the agenda materials to know that from the previous funding that 270 children and 150 families were helped. And I know this funding goes through the end of June. So if we could get at the end also a report on the impact would be great. That was my only request. Thank you so much.
And Commissioner Jacobs, I want to apologize real quick because I did say Kate instead of Kezia. Thank you, Commissioner Jacobs. I hate when people mess up my name.
Well, it's very confusing because it's Kate's Corner, but then, right?
Right, but no,
We
I
wanna
hate
call
when
you
people mess up
Kate.
my name. So I let me apologize in front of everybody. I said, hey, Kate, just all excited and kept it
No
moving.
worries.
So thank you, Commissioner Jacobs, for that. And Kezia, my apologies in front of everybody
No worries.
for that Freudian slip.
No worries. I've been ushered to be called both, and I'm fine with both because they both are my name. But I just wanted to take a moment to say thank you. I think me and Commissioner Burns talked about how not enough people talk about how our county comes together and supports these efforts. None of this would have happened without you. None of this would have happened if you all didn't put children first. And I just want to over and over and over again, thank you for this partnership, and just let you know that as we continue to work through this community, President Buxton is an amazing partner, and it's very seldom no. It's like, yeah, where are we going to do it? How are we going to do it? He is instrumental in things happening for us there at Durham Tech. So I just want to say a gratitude to him publicly, and then also to each and every one of you, the city manager and commissioners, for supporting us ongoingly.
And let me tell you, when she's excited about something, when she's committed about something, just get on board. Is that right, President Buxton? Yeah. So thank you so much. One question for staff. Is January 10th approval of this? Is that the timing of that? Is it okay?
Ms. Goodwin, I'm out. We had it for the 10th. Did we need to suspend the rules to approve it today for you to move forward?
We'd like to move forward today, only of course, the big part is notifying students before everyone comes back that this is the actual service, and get people enrolled. That whole process is going to take about 2 weeks to get everyone enrolled and do the parent information sessions, so everyone knows how we operate and that, and the alignment. So if that's possible, I would really appreciate it.
Madam Chair, I move we suspend the rules then in that case, and get this rolling as quickly as possible so we can help the children and so we can help the parents. Multi-generational partnership is really awesome.
Can I get a second to suspend the rules?
Second.
Okay, so been moved and properly second. Ms. Wallace, can you call the roll?
Commissioner Alam? Aye. Commissioner Burns?
Aye.
Commissioner Carter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Jacobs?
Aye.
Chair Howerton?
It has been approved 5-0 to suspend the rules. Now, may I have a motion to approve the budget ordinance amendment number 22 BCC 0058, appropriating $137,186 of general fund balance, and to authorize the contract for the Student Learning Center located at DTCC.
So moved, Madam Chair.
Seconded.
Okay, it's been moved and properly second. A roll call.
Commissioner Alam?
Aye.
Commissioner Burns?
Aye.
Commissioner Carter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Jacobs?
Aye.
Mr. Howerton.
It has been approved unanimously. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, our next item, commissioners, is 220014, Go Durham Access. And the board is requested to receive an information presentation, Go Durham Access. And we have Ellen Beckman, Durham County Transportation Manager, on the line to share this presentation.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone.
Morning, Ellen.
Happy New Year. I think 2022 is going to be a great year for Durham Public Transportation. This is an informational presentation on one element of Durham County's public transportation system, the Access service. So Access is the combined city-county demand response service that is used to transport eligible riders throughout Durham. This presentation was requested last year after one of the updates to the transit plan. The city operates the service on behalf of the city and county, and their staff prepared this presentation. It was given to the city council this fall, and I want to acknowledge their assistance in helping prepare all this information and for overseeing the day-to-day operations of the service. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, so most of Durham County Access trips are considered required by the Americans with Disabilities Act to complement the Go Durham fixed route bus system. So the ADA requires that transit agencies provide transportation for persons with disabilities who are unable to use the regular fixed route bus system. So while all Go Durham buses have wheelchair ramps, there are still some barriers to accessibility for some users, such as accessible bus stops and sidewalks. And so for these required ADA trips, the level of service has to be comparable to the fixed route service, and the service is only required for individuals whose disability prevents them from using the fixed route bus system. So the riders have to qualify according to specific criteria, and it applies for any ride within 3/4 of a mile of a Go Durham bus stop. Next. The access trips that are considered county services represent like less than 10% of the trips. Since there's no fixed route bus system in most areas of the county outside of the city, these trips don't have the same limitations as the ADA city trips. They can be provided anywhere in the county, and riders don't have to meet as strict of ADA criteria. There are state funds that support the service that are designated to serve residents with the specific needs noted here. So 60 years or older, a disability, work-related medical, human services, government, personal care trips, or reside in rural areas of the county. They use the city county trips use the same vans, often might even share the same trip with a city trip. The system works together to provide the trips most efficiently and trying to coordinate and consolidate trips as much as possible. The county trips, of course, are fully accessible to anyone with mobility needs as well. Next slide. So this is a good example of how a bus stop could result in an accessibility issue for a resident. So this is an example on Maureen Road near 15501 in Duke Hospital. You can see the bus stop is generally just a pole in the ground. There's no landing pad, there's no sidewalk. And so this is not accessible for someone in a wheelchair. And that would make this trip eligible if someone needed to get from this apartment complex to somewhere else in Durham. So this demonstrates the importance of bus stop improvements for residents with disabilities. So improving the sidewalks and bus stops will lead to more accessible services for the fixed route system. The cost per trip is much higher on access at $48 per trip versus the regular bus at $4 a trip. So there's a cost savings if more residents are able to use the regular bus services. Also, I did a lot of outreach on the transit plan over the summer. And some of what I heard from residents were that they would really prefer to use the bus system because it provides them more flexibility and freedom, to take spontaneous trips, to make a plan that day and take the bus that day to their trip. Go Durham Access requires more advance notice to schedule the trips. Next slide. So the history of the system is noted in this part of the presentation. It began in 1991 when the city took over the Duke Power Transit Service. Next. There was a first interlocal agreement between the city and county in 1998. This agreement coordinated a lot of the administrative functions of the services. Next slide. The city has a partnership with Lincoln Community Health that started in 2010 that provides Lincoln older Go Durham Access vans that have met the end of their federal useful life but are still in good working condition. So Lincoln Community Health uses these vans and their drivers to provide trips to medical appointments for their clients. Many of these trips would be eligible for access, but are instead provided by Lincoln, providing good customer service for their clients. Next. In 2015, data became Go Durham Access, or Go Durham. Next slide. In 2019, the city and county agreed to a more comprehensive merger of services. So that included all service operations and maintenance activities. This was a short-term agreement that expired at the end of 2020. Next. In 2020, the city went through a selection process to identify a new service provider. They selected National Express Transit. So the city has always contracted out bus and access services to an independent provider. The city's new contract with National Express includes some performance standards for improved on-time performance and customer service. Next. So in late 2020, I started working for Durham County, and one of my first tasks was to work on a longer term agreement for the city for the merged service. So this new agreement was approved by the Board of Commissioners in August of 2021 and extended the merger of the systems through 2026. Next. So the merger officially merges the city and county services under the name Go Durham Access. The city wanted this agreement to better reflect their new contract with National Express in terms of the cost of the service. And then for the county, it helped provide us some credit for the federal funding sources that the city receives directly to support transit services that don't flow through the county. So the county pays the city for our share of trips that are funded through our grant sources. Our two grant sources are the transit plan funding provided by Go Triangle and the NCDOT rope funds, which was a budget amendment that you just had as part of the consent agenda. So that was the $259,000 for this year. So we administer those two grant sources and pay the city for our portion of the trips through our contract. All administration and operations are directly overseen by city staff. Next. National Express is their new vendor. They operate across the United States. Next. They hired 62 local employees at an average hourly rate of $16.25. The wages for the drivers are bargained by a union. That's part of why it's contracted out to a provider like National Express. The city did report, when they provided this presentation to City Council, that there was funding to increase wages and make sure that there was the contract met the city's livable wage standard in the new wage adjustment. Drivers did receive a frontline worker bonus during the pandemic and 5% premium pay. Next. So overall, in terms of the level of ridership, Over the last 20 years, riderships generally increased to over 200,000 trips per year. However, the pandemic resulted in a steep decline in 2020 that continued into 2021. However, this is increasing in 22. The first quarter 22 ridership is up compared to 21. So we do expect that the ridership will rebound, post-pandemic. Next. Here is a map of the origins and destinations of the city ADA services. So these are the ones that are required to match the expanse of the Go Durham fixed route bus system. You can see that most of the trips are, within the city and in central Durham. Next. This is a map of the other trips. So the county services, as well as trips that are provided through the federal Medicaid program. So the trips are more dispersed, reaching out to northern, eastern Durham County, as well as the Medicaid trips include trips that go to and from UNC Chapel Hill Hospital. So those are the only trips that are authorized to cross county lines. In general, if you want to cross a county line, you need to take Go Triangle access. Next slide. So the majority of users, the largest age bracket is from 40 to 65, followed by persons over 65. 67% of riders have a disability, 24% use a wheelchair, and 12% use the service every day. Many of these folks who use the service every day are using it for jobs, for access to employment. Next. The majority of trips are medical trips, followed by employment. However, riders can use the service for any type of trip. Next. So $5.4 million is the city's annual budget for access. So that includes the city, the county, and I believe it also includes the Medicaid trips. I am confirming that with city staff, though. I'll let you know if that is different. The city uses funding from their dedicated transit fund as well as federal grants. Chair Howerton sent me an email yesterday asking for some more detail on this, and I've asked city staff to provide me a bit more on this. However, it is my understanding that the majority of the city's funding for access is from their dedicated transit fund. The transit fund is about 3.75 cents per $100 on the property tax for the city, and it goes for all public transit services, both fixed route and access. A lot of the federal grants support capital expenses. There's some for operating expenses, but it's my general understanding that the majority of the city's budget is city transit fund money. The county services are funded, as I mentioned, through two grant sources: the Durham County Transit Plan through Go Triangle at $196,000, and then the ROPE funds at $259,000. So National Express also has a contract through Durham County Social Services to provide non-emergency medical transportation through the federal Medicaid program. They are working on renewal of that contract, and it's my understanding they hope to bring that forward in the spring. Next slide. So some of the feedback that the city gets from access riders is noted here. On-time performance is one of the biggest concerns. Folks want to make sure that the van will pick you up when you want it to. And a lot of this concern recently is due to a lack of drivers. The Go Durham access has been affected by the bus driver shortage that is, happening nationwide. Like I said, they're trying to increase pay to attract more drivers, but it is still an issue. One of the ways that the city has tried to address this issue is through getting a federal grant through the MPO to use a third-party vendor for dialysis appointments. So this would divert a portion of the trips from access to this third-party vendor. It would use a transportation networking company, a TNC like Uber or Lyft, but one that specializes in providing trips for persons with disabilities and meets all the ADA requirements. Next. Another concern is that access trips have to be booked the day before. So this really limits the ability for residents to take spontaneous trips or make plans and take a trip that same day. I think it was a reason why some riders that I talked to during the transit plan process said that they really preferred to use the fixed route service because it provided them more freedom. But however, not all trips are accessible to all users, so that's not always an option. So in response to this concern, the city has started a pilot program with Userve, which is a TNC like Uber or Lyft that specializes in these ADA requirements, and they're diverting a portion of the trips to Userve for these same day requests. It isn't an option for riders who require wheelchairs, but there are many access riders who can use a regular passenger car trip for trips. Next. So there's a number of different programs that are similar to Access or using Access vehicles that are noted here. So the on-demand scheduling through Userve is one that has started. Food for Seniors is another special project that was funded through the Durham County Transit Plan. End Hunger Durham advocated for this program, and it launched in July of 2021. So this service provides regularly scheduled trips between several senior housing complexes and Walmart. And it's my understanding it's been very popular and it has been well used. Access has also provided free vaccination trips for all Durham County residents who are seeking COVID-19 vaccines. So there were 270 trips provided to city and county residents. NCDOT provided some extra funding this past year for these trips. The NCDOT funding expired in September. However, Access is continuing to provide these trips for anyone who requests. Microtransit is another pilot program that's going to be starting soon. It is similar to Go Durham Access in that riders use an app to schedule a trip. And the intention was that the trips would be provided by the Go Durham Access vehicles. This is funded through the Durham County Transit Plan again. And there were two areas of the county that were identified for this new microtransit service, an area in Eastern Durham and an area in Northern Durham. The microtransit service is eligible for any rider. You do not have to qualify for ADA, but the trips are required to start and stop inside of that defined geographic area. So this is a good option for areas of the city and county that lack the density to support a fixed route bus service, or where the bus comes infrequently. So the East Durham zone includes areas east of US 70, like near Oak Grove Elementary, Neal Middle School, East Regional Library, Southern High School. That area is included in that East Durham zone. The North Durham zone would include areas of Bragtown, Trayburn, the Durham Tech North Campus, kind of Northern High School area. So the exact boundary of the North zone hasn't been determined yet, but those are a lot of the locations that have been discussed as priorities for inclusion in that zone. So the Eastern zone was intended to have launched already using access vehicles and National Express drivers. However, the driver shortage has affected the ability to move forward with that as quickly as they wanted to. So I understand that the city is looking into using a TNC like Uber or Lyft, to provide that service in the short term until there can be adequate drivers on the access system to provide the service. And then the North Durham zone would follow that. So that's a new program for Durham that hopefully will be starting soon, and again is supported by the Durham County Transit Plan. Job Access is another program so that is funded through the Durham County Transit Plan. So this is promoting the use of access van pooling for the Trayburn area. So the County Transit Plan funds a city staff person who is conducting outreach with companies and organizations in that area. It also subsidizes the cost of van pools for employees. So we had a good meeting in August of this year with many of those companies talking about the variety of services that are available for transportation in that area. And the city subsequently followed up. I know they've had several conversations with Corning about a van pool program and that they're currently promoting it to their employees, and that they hope to get the first van pool started soon. So we're also, just continuing to work with the city on increasing the awareness and promotion of the transit options to Trayburn through that program. I do want to note that the Durham County Access services are flexible enough to provide transportation to any resident who desires to make a trip to Trayburn. You don't have to be ADA. You don't have to meet ADA requirements. We can use our county funds for any trip that someone would desire, and they are used a lot for these regular work trips. So we are working on better promoting that. But overall, I want to emphasize that with Durham County Access, the upcoming microtransit program, and the van pooling program, there are several options for transportation to that area. Next slide. So lastly, just to provide an update on the Durham Transit Plan and how access and paratransit services have been discussed. So improving paratransit services was a high priority in the first round of engagement. And in the second round of engagement, where we asked residents to prioritize more, it was more of a medium priority, even among those with disabilities. Like I said, in my discussions with persons with disabilities on the transit plan, they prioritize improving both access and regular bus services. Many of the riders use both. So I think some of the decrease in priority for paratransit in the second round was more related to how important the bus service also is for persons with disabilities. Some of the specific feedback that we received was about being able to use services like U-Serve for riders who don't require wheelchairs. So that's underway, which is great. There was also a lot of interest in regional trips. If you want to cross a county line, you have to take the Go Triangle access system, and it is limited to 3/4 of a mile of Go Triangle bus stops. So that can be quite limiting for some trips. So we're going to be looking into ways that we can improve the service and ways that the transit plan could provide funding for that. Right now we are discussing funding a follow-up study that would engage the riders and the drivers, kind of identify specific improvements and prioritize those improvements, and then ongoing funding to implement what the recommendations of that study would be. So that's it. That concludes my presentation on Go Durham Access. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to take them.
Thank you so much, Ellen, for your update. Just a couple of things that I really want to say thank you and the city staff as well for following up around the job access. Corning, and did you say Merck is included in that conversation as well?
Yeah, they were part of our meeting in August. I have not heard if the city has had follow-up conversations with them specifically. The city specifically mentioned Corning as being taking the first steps to start a van pool, but I can follow up to find out. if there's more discussions. There have been more discussions with Merck.
That would be great. I think they are interested. We just need to follow up with them. The other question is, I still would like more information, the breakdown on the cost. If you will follow up with the city and get us those numbers, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, I will.
Okay, thank you. Okay, commissioners, I have other questions, but I'll open it up for the board. Questions, comments? Commissioner Burns?
I did have one about the ROAP program, but Ellen, you already had it in there. I was trying to see how it will be interwoven. And the $259,000 that we talked about earlier in the program. Can you hear me? Oh, I do see you nodding your head at first. I was like, Lord, she's just looking at me. But okay. I wanted to know if you could talk about how that would offset some things, or if it is going to offset some things. The reason why I asked that earlier in the discussion, when we talked about that set of funding, it wasn't in the state's 2021 budget, but it is in the 2022 budget, like they brought it back. So is that $259,000 going to help us offset, or are we seeing that the need is now so great? Because we do have people coming from the outside of the county coming in for more medical appointments, more access to grocery stores. Does that $259,000 really help, or is it, now that we're in pandemic, dealing with other issues, that might not be as helpful? Because at first I was really excited about it, but if it's just going to roll in, just some of your thoughts on that.
Yeah, so the state provided these ROPE funds for many, many years,
Right.
is my understanding.
Right.
And they only cut the funding in fiscal year 21 during the pandemic. And the rationale, from what I understand, was that a lot of transit agencies received extra federal funding through the CARES Act, right? So the state felt that they could cut back their funding because it was replaced by these extra federal funds. But the North Carolina Public Transit Association lobbied hard to restore those funds, and they have been restored this year, which is great. So it doesn't exactly offset, costs. It's really just a restoration of funding that had been provided for many years. Because ridership dropped off quite a bit, during the pandemic, and NCDOT did provide some flexibility to use funding from carryover funds from past years and some of that vaccine funding for other trips. We were able to, use those to offset that decrease in funding in 21, if that makes sense. So, but this year and moving forward, hopefully the ROPE funds will continue to be provided, and that will provide us funding for those trips.
That helps.
Does that help?
No,
okay.
No, look, I guess I'll smile now. I'll nod my head. I know my colleagues probably have questions. I did notice some of the concerns that folks have, but it does look like we have a significant amount of drivers, because I think for some of these buses and vans, you don't need CDLs. Correct me if I'm wrong. Or at least for some of the kind of paratransit, you don't need CDLs, correct?
I think that's correct. I would want to confirm with the city. You do need specialized training, to make sure that you're meeting all of the ADA requirements.
I only ask because I know that but every county is having bus constraints, whether it's regular transit, whether it's school buses, and the fact that we have all these other options, like your Ubers and your Lyfts, and then we have these smaller vans, and we do have 62. When the lady was talking about, there was one slide where she mentioned, oh, my driver might not be here, might not have time. I was like, maybe is it routes? Do we not have enough people? But I just want to make sure that one of them wasn't like this specialized license. And I think we are correct. And if we could double check on that, that's not something that's really affecting that. But I'm a hush now. That was one of my two quick questions. Thank you so much. As always, plum, please, and pleasure, and Happy New Year, Ellen.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, Commissioner Jacobs.
Yes, thank you, Ellen, for this update. I think this is really important because these funds and this program are serving so many different people and so many different needs. And I have personally been concerned since the county's not running this program. One of the things that I've heard is that, and you mentioned it at the end, is that we don't have that transportation advisory committee that we used to have. You know, riders, users used to be on an advisory committee that gave input. And so I'm concerned about that, getting that up and going again. And you referenced, you know, getting input from people. So I guess I would just say I would like to see that happen as soon as possible. I know, you know, so if you could take that back to the city and how we can get that advisory committee going, it should be obviously a joint city county thing based on the users. And then you mentioned a study. Who's going to pay for that study? Who's going to lead that?
So it's under discussion with the transit plan development, but the thought was that it would be funded through the transit plan. And we have not identified who would lead it. I would expect that it would be a joint effort between the city and county and Go Triangle staff, because a lot of the concerns were related to that inter-county travel as well. So it's
okay.
It's to be determined, but it is a topic that is shared among, you know, the city, county, and Go Triangle.
Okay. And it's great to hear about some of the things that are getting going, the microtransit, the job access, the man pools. But I think that we do need to do a better job of getting the word out to folks. So, you know, whatever, you know, that's something else if you could take back that I think we really need, whether it's a certain number that people call, or there's a certain like go to, like one place that people can go to, like I need to get to a job in Trayburn. How am I going to get there? You know, I know our board we've put so much money into Trayburn. I mean, look at the Snow Hill pump station, you know, and all the incentives. Like if we're not going to be getting our residents out there to these jobs, then we're not really doing what we're supposed to be doing. And, you know, I'd also would like to understand more about what the companies are doing, especially ones that we're involved in incentives with, like Merck and Corning. You know, we need everybody to participate because it benefits them to get workers out there. So I would hope that they're also really being good partners on this. So I just would like to keep getting updated, whether it's through a memo or whatever, you know, every few months on where we're at with some of these, you know, issues.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So Commissioner Jacobs, I know that, because I've had conversations and I know that Merck is interested and Corning is too, and transportation in their areas. So I know the city and our staff has been in conversation with them. So hopefully something will be happening in the beginning of this year. So, and I'm sure Ellen will be back with us to update us as to where those conversations are.
Yeah, I'll work with the city on providing those regular updates. I agree. We need more communication of what's going on.
Thank you. Commissioner Carter.
Yes, thanks. Ellen, this was a super informative presentation. So thank you. Glad to have learned so much about our access services. I read somewhere, and I don't remember which attachment, about a local cost share being required for some portion of the trips. It was a requirement related to some of the funding we were receiving. Maybe it was the rope, maybe it was the other. I really can't remember, but and maybe it's pretty insignificant. I'm not sure. I was just wondering if that cost share is significant and if it's passed on then to the passenger, or, you know, the county just funds it out of another revenue source. Do you know?
Yeah, so for the rural general public funding that is part of the ROPE program, there is a 10% local cost share required. So it is a relatively small amount of funding overall, because it's just one piece of the 259. I forget what the number is exactly, but this is a relatively small piece, and it's only 10% of that. The thought is that you are charging a fare that would help provide that offset of cost. I didn't mention this, but Go Durham Access is currently free to all riders, same as the bus system right now. So they're not collecting fares. We have our contract with the city and that sharing of federal funding that I mentioned, like getting a credit for federal funding. That is what I'm using to offset that 10%. So it ends up not really affecting the county's budget, the way our contract is structured.
Cool. Okay, great. Thanks. Helpful information. And is the funding that the county provides, you know, for the county trips, you know, in general, is it adequate to meet the overall demand? Like, do we ever end up by the end of the year having so much demand that we don't have the funding to meet it? Or do we have, you know, ample funding and we don't serve as many people as we could?
It keeps pace with the demand right now. I am monitoring that and trying to make sure that we have adequate funding, of course. And so far, you know, it is pretty proportionate to what our grant funding sources are. The demand is, you know, relatively in line with what our grant funding sources are for this.
Okay.
So, yeah, and it is my understanding that, you know, the eligibility requirements are pretty loose, so they don't turn folks away, especially for those county trips where there's more flexibility in how the funding can be used.
Okay, that's good to know. Thanks. And do you know if the city is offering, you know, incentives, sort of like, you know, recruitment incentives to get the drivers we need? And then in the same way that the county and the city, I'm sure, are providing, you know, sign-on bonuses and increased salaries and such for some of our hard to fill positions?
I believe they are. I can check to find the specifics. Again, the drivers are hired by National Express, so they're a private company, and they are bargained. The wages are bargained by a union, so it's you know, a bit more complex than just regular city or county employees.
Yeah.
So I'll have to, I could get back to you with some of the details on that, but it is my understanding they are aggressively recruiting to hire more drivers.
That's really all I need to know. I just am worried that the micro transit routes to East North Durham can't get off the ground and such until we have the drivers. In general, I know it's a challenge with all of our public transit getting drivers. And then the only thing I wanted to add was, you know, kind of following up on Wendy's comment about how important it is for the companies to participate in the job access, you know, van pool opportunities. It almost seems like maybe we could consider adding that to our list of things that the companies can provide, and sort of, you know, in return for incentives, is that's a regular benefit, you know, right? You know, they added in with salaries. These are benefits our company provides if you work here, and it would be participation in a job access type transit program, paratransit program. So just something for us to consider going forward. Really, that's just a comment for my other colleagues, something for us to think about, perhaps. But thank you very much, Ellen. This was a great presentation. And like I said, I learned a lot.
Just one other question. if someone makes reservations, what happens if they can't make that appointment? What happens with, and are they still charged for it?
I'll have to get back to you on the specifics on that. I'm not sure. I do know they have a policy about no shows, and they try to discourage that for drivers. It affects the whole system if people call in trips and then they don't take the trips. So they do have some incentives to discourage that for riders. But I'll have to, if you want more specifics, I'll have to get back to you.
Yeah, would be good to know what happens when someone can't make the trip. But we appreciate the work you're doing, and we do again appreciate you, the staff, working with Merck and Corning. And what I would say to the board is they want to work with Durham County and Durham City for the transportation. They've expressed that interest a couple of times. And I think it's just a matter of everybody getting on the same page with the city and the county and the Merck and Corning all getting on the same, being able to meet. Because of this virus, we keep having to reschedule meetings. So are there any other questions, comments, concerns, board? Again, Ellen, thank you so much for your report, and we'll look for more next time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next item, commissioners, is pre-K. Can we take a 10-minute break before we go into pre-K, and then we'll have as much time as is needed for this item. Let's take a 10-minute break and come back at 11:05, and then we'll be ready. Okay, thank you. All right, we're back. That was good.
Good morning, Dr. Chappelle. I do have a pre-K document along with the presentation. Do I need to show the document as well or just those slides?
Just the slides. The document is just for information purposes. And of course, if anyone has any questions from it, we could address them. But many of the things in the presentation will reference also the update document.
Perfect. Gotcha. Thank you.
Okay, let's see. It looks like we've got commissioners are back. I see Commissioner Jacobs, Carter, Burns.
I'm here. Give me 1 second to turn my camera on.
She's here. So commissioners, we have our pre-K quarterly update. And I see that we've got Marsha Baslow, Linda Chappelle are here, and Kate is here. So this is an update, Durham pre-K, through which Durham is moving towards a goal of high quality universal pre-K for all 3 and 4-year-olds. And we're going to listen to a presentation from these representatives. If whichever one wants to, who takes off here? Kate, are you the person that starts with us today?
Sure. I'll just very briefly say Happy New Year to everyone. Thanks for having us today to share this update on Durham Pre-K. And I will quickly turn it over to Marsha Baslow and Linda Chappelle. I think we're all, I'll say as a parent whose childcare situation is currently in flux because of the Omicron variant, we're all in a place where we're understanding how important high quality childcare is. So I'll leave it at that and turn it over to Marsha and Linda. Thanks for being here today.
Good morning. We appreciate the opportunity to speak with you about Durham's Universal Pre-K program. I am Linda Chappelle, Senior Vice President for Triangle Area Child Care Resource and Referral Services at Child Care Services Association, and I serve as the project lead for the Durham Pre-K team at CCSA. I'm joined today by our agency president, Marsha Baslow, who many of you know from her long service in Durham as the former Durham Partnership for Children director years ago. So we're really going to talk to you as briefly as possible so that we can make sure that you have an opportunity to ask any questions that you have. So we are, pardon me, so we are representing CCSA in our management role. However, I really want to emphasize that this program is a strong community collaborative. We work very, very closely with Durham's Partnership for Children, Durham Public Schools, Families and Community Rising in their Head Start program to share leadership roles. And that is a critical element of this program that we don't want to forget. You can move the slide forward. So for a roadmap for today's presentation, I'm going to start by reviewing Durham's bold vision and really revisiting the why of Durham's investment in public preschool. COVID-19 has interrupted so much that I think it's worthwhile to revisit and reset the reasons for Durham Pre-K. Next, I'll give an update on the Durham Pre-K enrollment and growth in the program. And then I'll give a brief overview of the funding request that was recently submitted by our governance committee, and also talk to you about some future funding requests that we would like to ask you to consider as you're beginning your planning processes. And then last, we'll talk about the preschool quality investments that have been happening and what to look forward to for Durham Pre-K for next year. You can see all along the bottom of this slide the many partners that are directly involved on a day-to-day basis, but we also do partner with many other nonprofits in the community to try to engage and connect with our families so that they will make sure that they plan for their child to participate fully in public preschool. Next slide, please. So just to revisit, you know, as you are certainly well aware, Durham County has invested millions in local funds to create a universal preschool program that we call Durham Pre-K. We are unique in that we didn't try to reinvent the wheel and create a separate program. We are invested very, very intentionally to enhance and expand the state funding for NC Pre-K and Smart Start, the federal funds that go into Head Start, Title I and Exceptional Children's Services, and as well as other educational funds in Durham Public Schools. So we are all about enhancing and expanding access. We do prioritize those children living in low-income households, but we are open to all children in Durham. So our key investments for this program really have been funding the preschool seats in public and private high-quality preschool settings. We're providing access to increase economic opportunity and professional development for preschool teachers. And we're supporting early educators to raise the preschool quality through intensive technical assistance, as well as working closely with local educational institutions, such as Durham Tech, that was here earlier today, to increase and improve the supply of our early education workforce. As we know, the workforce issues are front and center in particular at this time, as they always have been in the early childhood field. Next slide, please. So, you know, I know you probably get tired of me talking about the bold vision, but honestly, in our work across the country, as well as regionally and statewide, we are really bold, and we need to celebrate that in Durham because we're different from many, many programs that are out there in that we are completely committed to collaborating and leveraging dollars absolute to the max. So we began our ambitious plan with the 2018-19 school term. And although our journey has been slowed by COVID-19, we have continued to work toward our goal to develop Durham Pre-K as a universal program for all Durham's 4-year-old children. We haven't abandoned our goal for 3-year-olds, but we continue at this time to be laser focused on 4-year-olds. So I want to revisit the why a little bit. Next slide, please. So those of you who were on the commission back in 2017, you may remember that you commissioned a demand and supply study. And this study was critical in identifying the need and the public will for such a program. This study was done in 2017, and it was recommended by the Community Early Education Task Force that was convened by this body, as well as by the school board and the city council. And that task force engaged well over 50 people in the community to deeply study the need and the will for this program. So one of the key takeaways from that study was that the lack of supply affected preschoolers from low-income households the most severely. Our publicly funded preschool seats at that time could only accommodate 1 out of every 6 children from the low-income households in Durham. So really simply put, 83% of our children who needed access to preschool the most were being left out. So from that information, Durham pledged to develop incrementally universal access to public preschool. And we do always hold front and center that priority that we want to increase access for 4-year-olds living in households with low income. But we do, as I've said already, serve children across the board. So in planning, we've had always in our mind that we were trying to build a program that could accommodate 75% of the 4-year-old census. And so that's kind of like our visioning star as we work incrementally over the years to build this program. Next slide, please. So let's talk about where we are. Many people stop me in the community and say, well, you know, hasn't the pandemic just completely derailed this program? No, not at all. The pandemic has changed our plans, but not our long-term goals. There has been so much concern about enrollment, given the health concerns. Enrollment is down overall across all of our partner agencies' programs, including NC Pre-K, Head Start, and Durham Public Schools. Specifically, though, this slide refers to the Durham Pre-K enrollment. So specifically for Durham Pre-K in the current school term, the number of children enrolled is higher than pre-pandemic numbers, but at only 86% of the available seats. So we have grown our seats and our enrollment is a smaller percentage due to safety concerns for many families. So our pre-pandemic enrollment was at 97% of the available seats. So this is just a perspective for those seats that your local dollars are helping to support. Next slide, please. So let's talk about enrollment. Now, this enrollment is not just seats that you're paying for. This is our universal application process, our enrollment this year. 2% of our enrollment families identify as American Indian or Alaska Native, 4% Asian Pacific Islander, 58% Black or African American, 8% identify as multiracial, 27% is white, and then in our enrollment, 26% of our families identify themselves as Latinx or Hispanic. And I think that the thing to remember as we look at this program is that because we are leveraging dollars and working together, we are able to serve children and families across the board in a much broader way than if we were operating a separate program. Next slide, please. So let's talk about income. Because a lot of people have feelings about public pre-K and who it should serve. We've taken the universal approach because we believe that having a very diverse program will support and enrich all children. And we also know, though, that many of our families need extra help, and we have to make sure we're reaching deeply into our community to serve families. So right now we are hitting our targets in terms of prioritizing families who live in households with low income. Our median income is $33,000. As I'm sure you're aware, Durham's median income through the 2019 information over the 5-year estimate, Durham's median income is $60,958. So our median income in our program reflects our priority. And then also our range, people say to me, well, are you really serving across the board? Our range goes from families who actually earn no income based on our means testing to a very few families who earn up to $300,000. So that is our range this current school year. So you may recall that our range went actually higher in past years. However, we are really pleased to be prioritizing where you have charged us to prioritize. Next slide, please. So the big question people ask me all the time, you see these logos all along the bottom of this slide. This is a collaboration, and we care about the whole of public pre-K. We don't just care about those seats that are receiving local dollars. And it gets really complicated when you start trying to calculate. So I'll remind you that Durham pre-K requires braiding of multiple funding streams wherever possible. You may remember hearing me say over and over again that our mantra is Durham County money spent last. I can't tell you how many times a year I say that. We hold that front and center in our work because we want to pull into this community as many resources as possible before we spend our local dollars. In the current school year, 66% of the Durham pre-K seats are funded from multiple funding sources, braiding together those resources. This school term, we have 53 sites with at least one publicly supported 4-year-old classroom. 20 of those sites are contracted to meet the higher quality standards set by Durham pre-K. So you'll recall that in Durham pre-K, we are prioritizing very high standards. Not that the other programs don't have good standards, but we wanted to go above and beyond to assure that we were using evidence-based practices, following the research, so that we could assure that our children have the best social emotional support and preparation for school success. So right now, this school year, we have 1,516 seats. Now, some of you, and I'm like, we can talk questions, but just to kind of clarify this for you, you'll see that Durham Public Schools Exceptional Children's Programs has that asterisk next to it. And that's because that number moves quite a bit. Okay, so these numbers were as of mid-December. And that number moves because their children get served regardless of any kind of seat allocation when they are identified as having a need that involves an IEP, individual education plan, or some sort of specialized support that's identified. So that 184 number is a moving target. The other seats are more static in terms of allocated seats. I think it's really important, again, to remember that your local dollars vary from year to year. Our goal is to spend the other money first. And so the actual number of seats that the local dollars pays for goes up and down depending upon what other resources we can access. But we do maintain ballpark goals, obviously, for those seats. So next slide, please. So this is a key information here. When we started on this journey, when the Community Early Education Task Force was meeting, and all of the volunteers worked so hard to identify what was available for children. That school year, 2015-16, was a key time when we started pulling together the information about what was available. So we have significantly increased access for our 4-year-olds to the public preschool programs across all types of seats. Next slide, please. So you will have hopefully seen a memo that came from our Durham Pre-K Governance Committee, which I do want to say a shout out to our governance committee. It is an absolutely awesome group of individuals volunteering their time in the leadership for Durham Pre-K, coming from all different walks of life, chaired by Dr. Iyama Iruka. The governance committee recently submitted a request for your consideration as you review the available ARPA funding The request prioritizes an increase in seats as one element. It also requests consideration for pilot activity to support Durham Pre-K's equity plan, and also to support the beginnings of work to create an evaluation design for Durham Pre-K. We do hope for consideration for ARPA funding, but our long-term goal is for multiple year investments, over time, obviously. I think that, when you look at this, the first thing, that might come to mind is, well, why does that say, $720,000 to increase 54 to 100 additional seats? Well, that's exactly what I referred to, where we, because we require braided funding, we display growth as a range, with the bottom of the range reflecting how many seats we could do if we were paying the full cost, and the top of the range being our goal to braid those. And so that's reflected in that request. Next slide. Pardon me a second. Sorry. So just for context, we've pledged to develop incrementally universal access to public preschool. And sometimes people in the community will say to me, well, that's impossible. It's too expensive. We'll never get there. Well, it is expensive. And we got excited when we thought the feds were going to support us. We don't know what will happen at the federal level in future months, but Durham is ready. We are ready and working hard, and we aren't setting our goals on this discouraging negativity of how much something costs. We are keeping our vision front and center as we continue to try to grow the program over time. So this year's budget at a little over $4 million. For clarity, you may say to yourself, well, I know we're spending more than that. Well, you're right, you are. This money reflects the money that goes directly in for Durham Pre-K seats. You also are supporting Durham Public Schools directly for some preschool seats. So right now you have two funding paths. Durham Public Schools gets direct allocations, and Durham Public Schools gets some allocations also from our Durham Pre-K budget. And that's because it's a collaborative, and only certain schools meet the Durham Pre-K contractual requirements. So just for context, you are spending more than this, but this is how much is going directly in to building out the system across both private and public locations, our mixed model delivery system. Next slide, please. So, the sticker shock is real, but when you think about how much the juvenile justice investment is, recently, this doesn't look so big. So, the budget forecast, the task force set a goal to reach 3,268 seats for 4-year-olds. And that reflects a little less than 74% now, 75% of the 4-year-old census. But right now, serving 1,516 children's seats this year, inclusive of all the public funding, we're currently at 46% of our goal. We do ask, as you're planning, that you do consider setting a seat growth goal, because with the pandemic derailing some of our growth, I will say that from a management point of view and from a collaborative with the other partners, we really need to be planning 3 to 5 years out. And it would be very helpful if the county did consider setting a seat growth goal, so that we could really work hard to be sure we were at a high readiness to meet that. So currently, as I already mentioned, we're at a little over $4 million in our budget. We have requested that you consider 1.14 million through ARPA funds, and that is reflected there in the fiscal year 23 budget request. Looking at fiscal year 24 and 25, ideally, we would like consideration to add up to 100 seats each year. These funds, you may say, well, are you going to come back to me later and want more money? Well, it is a dynamic environment and certainly needs grow and change. However, this projection is based on a lot of factors, trying to calculate inflation, salary increases for teachers, all the different things. We did try to project for growth, but obviously with our economy the way it is, with COVID, with everything, obviously I wouldn't want you to come back and say to me, well, you were wrong, because this is an estimate. So I do think that our goal is for really to have you consider a commitment for growth. I think that we all know that in this dynamic environment, there are so many needs, but if we can commit as a community to growth, then we can make sure that we are ready. And we also will continue to pursue outside funding. So we do hope there'll be some federal investment coming, as well as additional state investment. And again, as long as we continue to follow our program mantra of spending Durham County money last, then we will make sure we are ready to spend those outside resources appropriately. Next slide. So I want to talk briefly about the investments that we're making in quality services. I've just talked about being ready. So we are all about capacity building. And with the pandemic, we did cut back in school year 21. We cut back on how many non-public pre-K sites we were working with for capacity building because of lots of issues with the pandemic in terms of access to sites. But in school year 22, we added 9 additional classrooms for a total of 12 that are receiving technical assistance coaching for potential future service. We continue to recruit classrooms to build capacity, and we are very intentional about looking at the demographics in Durham, the living patterns, where we are low in terms of access, what parts of Durham need more. And I'll be really upfront and say the South Durham, we continue to be short of seats compared to demand. So in our capacity building, which your management dollars support, we have the potential to create 216 new seats. And you remember that investment is raising the quality levels in classrooms that are currently serving children. They're just not under contract for Durham Pre-K yet. Next slide. So I want to talk a little bit about professional development. You know that with the extensive evidence out there that the first 5 years of a child's life are critical to their developmental trajectory, we have invested and implemented the absolute highest quality standards. We know from research that the greatest determinant of program quality is the teacher, specifically the quality of their interactions with children. A highly skilled teacher absolutely will structure a learning environment based on young children's developmental needs and interests. And that engagement in the classroom, using all of those verbal and nonverbal responses to engage children as they really explore the environment, makes all the difference for that child's positive development. We absolutely talk about that. Our theory of change centers on the teachers. We believe that the absolute difference of this program is what investments we are making in teachers. And you'll recall that we were one of the few, if maybe close to only, one of the few programs that absolutely mandates that our teachers be paid equitably, and they are paid whether they work in the private site or a public site. They're all paid on the Durham Public School scale. And that's very different from many of the public pre-K programs out there. So in our professional development, we do prioritize intensive PD, not scattershot workshops, but intensive professional development, really focusing for example, the 42 teachers that have participated in the MMCI course, that stands for Making the Most of Classroom Interactions. And that course is absolutely deeply embedded in a teacher's practice. It involves numerous sessions over many months, and a coach works directly with those teachers to take what they learn in PD and implement it in the classroom. Next slide, please. So just to further talk about our support for teachers, just to give you an overview, just in the first part of this school year, we have had sessions that provide absolute deep instruction around equity issues, instructional support, workshops, social emotional. We are having quite a lot of need for practical instruction using Teaching Strategies Gold, which is the curricular materials that we use in those classrooms. And then really looking at also just trying to support teachers and teacher assistants in their self-care. We will be highlighting the Durham Pre-K Learning Thread at our 2022 Ask Conference, which is an early educator conference that we have every year, brings together, at this time virtually, teachers from all over the state, but we have a specific in-depth learning thread for Durham Pre-K teachers and teachers assistants. This particular time really focusing on strategies for building collaborative teacher teams. We know that creating equitable and inclusive classrooms is an absolute priority. We know that both because it's what's right, but also from feedback from our teachers, this was a priority area. And this particular learning thread has been designed from that feedback from our teachers. So next slide, please. This is the fun part. I get to say that the Durham Pre-K application process opens February 8th for next school year. The partners have been meeting and planning for the 22-23 school year since July, and began really in overdrive in October planning. It is very challenging to have a universal application process, and something that, although good for families, is very challenging to run. And just as a little side note, we had so many families who would contact us wanting to know if they were afraid they were going to miss the application opening. We created an interest form so that families who are interested in getting more information ahead of the application process, they could let us know. And we have 206 interest forms for next year that families have already completed. And in this pandemic, we feel like any family that has the ability and strength to think about next year, we want to support them. So that's why we implemented that interest form. So I'm gonna conclude and open up for questions. If you want to move it to the next slide. I really love all the pictures are from this school year, our present school year, and we really appreciate the programs that let us come in to take photos. It really matters for you to see the children and what they are doing, what they're working on, and what they're achieving in the program. So I appreciate the time for you to hear what's going on.
You're muted, Commissioner Howerton.
Okay, thank you. So thank you so much, Linda, for this incredible presentation. And Masha, would you like to have comments before the commissioners begin?
Thank you so much. I just am so supportive of Linda and all that she is doing with Durham Pre-K. You know, she has said that collaboration is difficult, I have to tell you, the collaboration is difficult, but she is making this work. And we are the only one in the state that actually has a collaborative model. And we will be so poised, should the federal government move forward, we will be so poised to take full advantage of it. So I congratulate Linda for all her good work. Thanks so much. And thank you for your support of this program.
We have a great team, Marcia.
Yeah, you guys are a great team. It's good to see you both. And I do want to hear a little bit about prenatal to 3. I know that's not a part of your conversation right now, but I want to hear a little bit about the connection before we end this conversation. Commissioners, I'll open up for commissioners for questions and comments. Commissioner Jacobs.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is totally irrelevant, but where is it snowing at everybody's house right now?
It's snowing right downtown. I'm looking out this window right now. I'm thinking I've got to get.
It finally started here.
I
just
just
get back home.
Who has snow on the ground. But anyway, this was a great report, Linda. Thank you so much. It's really good to just get kind of a really in-depth where we're at now, especially with, the pandemic. And we just have not had this type of kind of taking a step back and seeing where we are and where we want to go. When we think about just a lot of the conversations that we've been having about, how is the county investing in our children and in preventing gun violence and mental health and everything. I feel like for me personally, this is the most important investment that we're making. And it's evidence-based, it's data-driven, and it's really connected to everything. So I strongly support the work that you all are doing, all the partners are doing. I also feel like this is one of the things that we're doing that is a systemic structural approach because of increasing the salaries of a lot of, women and women of color, and also investing in their businesses and professional development. It's just holistic. I just wanted to just understand from our interim county manager, ARPA funding, does it have to be committed by or spent by 2024? How does it work with
Sure.
the ARPA funding?
Yeah. Well, ARPA funding is required to be spent by 2026, but it must be encumbered by 2024.
Okay.
And from a strategy perspective, as most of the commissioners know, childcare investments is a high priority of all of us. I spent my first years in policy related to childcare issues with Smart Start and the North Carolina Partnership for Children. So when you talk about investments, bang for the buck, return, you can't get any better than how we create the capacity for childcare. Strategy-wise and what we invest ARPA funds for, we will think through of how that works, whether it's local dollars or whether it's ARP funding. One of the guiding principles we established was making sure we had a strategy for a longer term reoccurring dollars that were needed, and tried to focus on more one-time type projects. This has continued to be a priority of the board, and we've increased the dollars. So we know that for businesses to thrive, to get back in place, to meet demands, they need childcare, and they need high quality childcare. So, we, from my perspective, and again, we've not had a chance to talk through it, but this we know is top priority of the board and much needed by the community as we address a couple of things, from not only providing the gaps for the business community and others and parents, but making sure children get a great start because that brain develops most between 0 and 5. So I still have all those talking points in my head from 20 some years ago, but it makes a difference and it's real. So whether it's art or something else, just like we did with food insecurity, we'll come up with a strategy that works best for our community as well as longer term strategy wise. And one point that Dr. Chappelle talked about is having more private dollar support and looking at what investments we may need to do to help bolster the infrastructure required to move that needle as well. I mean, we take on a lot of things, but sometimes we may not have the structure to move some areas. And so that's a place too that we need to think about. How do we bolster that infrastructure? Because to have an arm to do that, that ask, the follow-up, et cetera, that requires quite an engine. So we just need to look at that piece also.
Thank you, Claudia. And I also was wondering, I know that you want to really look at how to have a tool for assessing the quality and or just the progress being made. I'm wondering now, after it's been about 4 years, do we have data related to, for instance, Durham Public Schools kindergarten screening? Are we getting data from them to see the impact of more children in pre-K and higher quality pre-K on their school readiness? Do we have any data yet?
Well, I think that, data is always very critical, and we have at the center of our work trying to use data for all decision making. The sharing of data, the cross collaboration and the sharing of data continues to be challenging. The pandemic didn't help, certainly, especially when we moved to remote services for some months. Even though we're back in person now, what we have found is that many of our agencies, our collaborative partners, don't have the bandwidth or the capacity of this, to really get back to that work of building that infrastructure for data sharing. It is a huge weakness in Durham. I don't know, I know Drew's worked a lot on this and may want to address it. But for us, we continue, when I say that collaboration is challenging, we continue to struggle with some key elements, including data sharing. And that is something that we continue to prioritize. And some counties, we continue to try to learn from some counties. Some counties present data as if they have a system for data sharing, but when we take a deep dive into what they're doing, we find that it's not as robust as they've presented. And so there's not a good model in North Carolina for the data sharing that's needed to really absolutely be able to say these children have moved X amount. And that continues to be a priority. And that's why we did ask for consideration for ARP dollars to build an evaluation plan through a competitive process with qualified evaluation units, universities, or teams. Drew, I don't know if you want to hop in on that piece.
Yeah, thank you. We have continued to have conversations with Duke, with Stephanie Williams' office, and just recently we're back in touch with Allegheny County, Pennsylvania, which has a great long-standing example of an integrated data system that we often think of as kind of a gold standard model. And so those conversations are ongoing, and we continue to believe that pre-K evaluation would be a fabulous place to start. The broader project of data integration, that could be useful on many fronts, not just early education.
Thank you.
All right,
And I just also want to say, I just really like your focus on the wraparound service, the before and after care and transportation, as those are barriers for people. So thank you.
Commissioner Burns.
Thank you, ma'am. Can everybody hear me? Wonderful. I didn't want the snow to keep my speakers from working. There's a lot that I want to say, but for time's sake, I will keep it short. I probably will have a follow-up question about one of the slides and funding, because it's just a number thrown up there, and we didn't get as much background as I would have liked. So just kind of expect the email. I also don't want to discuss it now, but this board makes a lot of decisions on a lot of different issue areas. To critique how we voted on one issue and compare it to how we would vote on this issue, in my opinion, is improper, because I think all 5 of these women are deeply dedicated to early childhood education. And because I vote on one issue, that doesn't mean that I can't vote in support of early childhood education. I can't speak for anybody else on here, but I do know how deeply committed these women are. I know for me, as a daughter of a pre-K teacher, a retired pre-K teacher of 25 years, I don't need anybody comparing how I voted on one issue to make it seem like I would vote differently on this issue. And that's all I'm going to say about that. What I will say is, along the same lines that Commissioner Jacobs brought up, I do like the idea that, we have to start thinking about how we bring in some of these smaller organizations that do some of this similar work, because we don't have the brick and mortar right now in Durham Public Schools. And I know we highlighted that some last year, and I know I discussed that with Drew at one point. And so we do have to look at how we work with some of these smaller organizations and how that can be economic development driver. It might be nice, I think one time it wasn't about this issue, but Commissioner Carter, you brought up, how we can engage some of these businesses who might want to, it was back when we were talking about the aseptic center, we end up getting that paid for, how we could get them maybe as an incentive to pay directly into one fund. Maybe we could do the same for like a universal pre-K. I don't know if that's an idea. Maybe that's something we can talk about later, ladies. I do want to make sure, because I talked to Commissioner Jacobs about the ARPA funding, and I did talk to the county manager about it. And I do think that there are some ways that we can be creative, but we also have to realize that 2024 allocation, that utilization of it by 2026, if we build that much into it, we also have to recognize that capacity needs to be there in 27, 28, and 29, and so forth and so on. And your chart only went to 25. So then what we're really talking about is tax dollars and raising of taxes. We did 1 cent, there's a 2% bond. We're not on the goods bond schedule. So I do want us to think, if we pack all these things in, look at the tax rate that they have in Charlotte, and then look at the fact that Durham's is a dime higher. Right? Look at what the tax rate is in Wake County. And so if we are going to be this robust and say we want to make these types of investments, we can't just think about this 4-year term that we have. We have to think about those next 4 years, 8 years, like how it's going to be, how it will be funded, how the community is going to respond to it. And I want to know, I know we're getting an update. I didn't look, I'm pretty sure you all have done updates to school board, but the same way that they came to us and they lobbied us and asked us for funding for those nurses, and we did not bat an eye. I'm hopeful that I can count on everybody's face that I seen this screen to get 50% of this funding from them, because they also got ARPA dollars and they got ESSER dollars. Not seeing anybody nod their head, so I guess I'm gonna be out here on this land by myself, but I know who I talk to, and I know the next time we have a school board meeting, this better be brought up, because it can't just be on the county, and it can't just be on building. There's funding out there, and if we go back and we look, so much of this gets put on the county and so much of it gets put on the school board, and we don't do a really great job of educating everybody about how these other dollars will come back. So even though Biden is talking about building back better, when they interview a lot of these general assemblies, you do not hear those same sentiments echoed by Republicans at the General Assembly. When you look at Georgia and Oklahoma, those are Republican-led states that have done great expansions in universal pre-K. They've always accepted dollars. And then you have a few folks over there in Raleigh who say, well, I don't know, this might be universal pre-K funding might be too much of a broad overreach. We do a bad job. This is not to critique anybody here. I mean, I'm saying all of us, we as a community, as Durham County, do not do a great job of lobbying the entire legislature about funding for education. We do not. That's with teacher pay, that is with funding for universal pre-K, that is for funding with infrastructure. If you all go and look in that budget, I mean, you all see that extra $100 million that every other county got. Durham didn't get it, Wake didn't get it, Guilford didn't get it. So these are some conversations, you know, while you're having them with us, I would say to you, Dr. Chappelle, I would say to you, Marsha, you know, it's a new year. We're all trying to do our best. If there are things that you need us to do to go to legislature, because our folks are going to do it. We don't have to ask Zach Hawkins. We don't have to ask Natalie Murdoch. We ain't got to ask Marshall Woodard, Vernetta, anybody. Who did I leave somebody out? I might have left somebody out. We don't have to push them. We got to push those other folks and get those other communities out there, because that's where the rubber meets the road. I'll stop here. The comparison I'm going to make is with police reform. When the federal government could not get police reform done, we were able to get 3 bills done here because we could talk across the aisle. I actually think that universal pre-K is something that everybody cares about. And it's one of those rising tides that lifts all ships. So I'm hopeful that as we do this work, that we can all do this work and lobby in a way that gets us exactly what we need, because I would love to see some universal pre-K money come down federally to match those dollars. So in 2027, we're not looking like, oh my God, how are we going to continue to fund this? So that's just where I am. But I do look forward to voting for some of this funding in the future. And I hope that we can be creative in how we do it so we can help as many kids as humanly possible.
I do want to say one thing, Commissioner Burns, I appreciate your remarks, but I do think that the work that's been done in the community on the Durham Early Childhood Action Plan, the ECAP, you know, this Durham pre-K work is very aligned with that work, and the robust work that has happened around that really positions us to do a better job to advocate and to lobby and to really push at the broader state level.
Thank you, Linda. Other questions, comments, commissioners? Commissioner Carter?
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. And boy, I just feel like our first work session of the year, and we are really getting excellent reports today. So much good information, deep information. And I want to thank Linda and Marsha for this report, and also just for your decades of service and passion for the importance of early childhood care. You both go back within this work a long way, and I really appreciate your incredible competence and knowledge and passion. And I also want to thank the governance committee that you mentioned, Linda. I've heard, you know, multiple times, just how excellent that group is, and that, you know, increases my confidence in the recommendations that come out of it. Is I hear that it's such an excellent group and they do really good work, very thoughtful work. It's great to know that we're working, like you said, the only one in the state really that has the model that we have. And so it positions us, because of our collaborative nature and working with the private providers and the way in which we already braid the funding, that we're so well positioned to move with any federal dollars that, oh God, it's not looking quite as hopeful, is it? But we can always hold out hope and lobby for it, as Commissioner Burns has said so well. I love that the theory of change in our model and our approach is focused on teachers and the economic development opportunities that we're trying to also provide for teachers, and just how the Durham pre-K vision really does have a multi-generational approach in that way. We're serving the children with the highest quality programming. We're helping to create a pipeline of the very best teachers with this excellent technical assistance that you're providing and the professional development that is part of the Durham pre-K funding and part of our approach. I really am glad to have a multi-year sort of budget forecast so that we will begin to think about what our sort of long-term spending here will be, what our long-term goals are for reaching all 4-year-olds. We've made amazing progress, right? And I liked the timeline, some of the history that you gave us today, Linda. We've made amazing progress, but still are these right? 4,300 low-income 4-year-olds still need the service. We have a goal that the governance committee set of 3,268, serving that many children. We're currently, with all of the Durham pre-K seats, all of the funding, we're serving 1,516, right? So we're far, far short of our goal, even though we've really, done a tremendous job of increasing from 811 to 1,516. But I just think that the fact that we are falling, short of our goal is really going to have to move us to figure out how to make this happen. Keep the vision in front of us, knowing that we have to be fiscally restrained, but knowing that we must achieve that vision. And, how are we going to do it this year and in the subsequent years? And I think we can. I know we can. I know we will. Like Commissioner Burns said, this board is not committed to anything with any greater intensity than we are this. And so I just look forward to that discussion. I'm glad that you've put these numbers in front of us. I'm glad you've shown us that with the professional development that there will be the capacity to serve 200 more students. You said we have the capacity to open up 200 more seats, and so that will cover the additional 100 seats per year between 2024 and 2025. I don't know. This is just a report that inspires and also informs us to know that we can make this happen, and we will make it happen.
Well, and moving forward, we did get the commitment several years ago from the public schools that they will move toward having preschool classrooms in every elementary school. That will take time. And, that's outside of the pipeline, that those 200 seats that you're referring to are all in private programs, private child care programs. The public schools commitment, long time coming, because obviously K-12 is their #1 priority, but expanding that and having that commitment from them to add pre-K classrooms, that will move us, but it is going to be expensive.
Other questions, comments from commissioners? So I want to say a couple of things, and then Marcia, could you talk a little bit about prenatal to 3? Because I think it's all of this links together. It's not starting at 3, you got to start earlier than 3. But this has been one of the board's priorities for years now, for the past 4 or 5 years that we've taken this on. I want to talk a little bit about the data. I know that I hear you, Linda, when you say, and Drew as well, about the data. But I think it's important somehow we need the data. We need to know what's happening, given that we're investing heavily in this area. We need to know what the data is showing. Are the children improving, or are they staying the same? So we need to see that. And what Commissioner Burns talked about around our legislature is so important that we talk to them. And one of the things that will be happening, and I'm not sure when, but commissioners, North Carolina Association of Counties will be working with commissioners across the state to do presentations for the commissioners across the state so that they have the same information that they can begin to lobby our legislature. And you know, commissioners, you know how powerful it is when you've got 100 counties lobbying on the same, pushing in the same direction. So when I met with the National Association around prenatal to 3, they are talking about doing some presentations in the state of North Carolina with our association. So there are a lot of movements here for our children so that we get not only that we get the funds that we need, but also have whatever training, whatever tools we need to move our children forward. And Masha knows more about that from her work with prenatal to 3. So could you just share a little bit with the board about what's happening around that area for us?
So thank you, Commissioner Howerton. First, I want to thank you for actually presenting Durham at the National Convention. I think that it says a lot that there is a commitment from our county to think about the birth to 3 years. We know that we're thinking about 3 and 4-year-olds. And so it said we are beginning to think about birth to 3. We know that the early brain development happens in birth to 3. And Claudia, I love that you 20 years ago, you actually brought that up in the conversation. So we are looking at lots of different things. We're looking at the quality of relationships, the family conditions, and the infant toddler care that we have in Durham County. I know that Linda and I have had a variety of conversations about the fact that in North Carolina, 62% of parents with babies are working and 25%, think about this for a minute, 25% return to work within 2 weeks of giving birth. Yes, Heidi, that it really is unbelievable when you think about 2 weeks of giving birth. And so it is important that we actually focus there. We are looking at subsidized childcare for infants and toddlers, but that means we need to have more slots for infants and toddlers, and we don't have those slots right now. It also means that when someone needs childcare and they get on a subsidy wait list, that they don't have to wait till they're 8 to get subsidized childcare, and that we possibly separate birth to 3 from 4 to 12 so that we pull and have an opportunity to serve infants and toddlers. So we have a variety of proposals, I believe, that are coming to you and to the city that will focus on birth to 3, because we know that the birth to 3 years is really where it begins. We can't just focus on 3 to 5-year-olds. And I'll turn to Linda for a minute if she wants to share what those proposals are in detail.
Yeah, well, all of the work, I think that the beauty of all that's happening in Durham right now is that this planning and alignment that's happening with the Early Childhood Action Plan is inclusive of the full range of needs. So we're not just looking at childcare needs, we're looking across the board to try to really give our children the best start. But, the issue of childcare subsidy has long been a major problem. We know, so for example, in my work, even outside of Durham, across the state, counties will say, we don't have a wait list. Well, are we supposed to celebrate that? What that means is when you look at the dollars available and how many children can potentially be served, it's not inclusive of all the need. So if a county doesn't have a wait list, that means that you have a communication problem, and families may not realize that there's an opportunity to be served. And we have to reach deeply into our communities to make sure that families access resources. But we have a lot of, the system can be challenging for families to navigate. And this idea about picking up when you go to add people to the child care subsidy rolls and you have a first come, first serve waiting list, that doesn't really align with the needs necessarily in the community. And it is very true that families who may get on the wait list when their child is an infant, it is not that common for an infant to get picked up for a child care subsidy voucher. And we have to dismantle our system to make sure that things happen differently. And that's the thing that we preach around the entire system. And having a wait list that divides by age and pulls in concert across ages instead of just the next family on the list, is one strategy. There are certainly numerous strategies that we advocate for, but I do think that the work with the ECAP has really lifted up and surfaced so many issues around access, around family needs, and I think that it holds a lot of promise. And I do believe that if we continue to align our systems, we have the potential to really leverage these dollars and move our community forward.
Thank you, Linda. Kate, would you like to have a comment?
Thank you so much, Chair Howerton. And I just appreciate us all being able to have this opportunity to hear from Linda and Marcia at this critical time. I think we're all pretty clear on the challenges that are facing our childcare infrastructure, both for younger children, infants and toddlers, and also in pre-K, and how those disruptions are impacting young children's development and also impacting the ability of families to be able to work. So I think it's an important time to be having this conversation. And I think thinking creatively about the best way to use ARPA funding to help support some of these issues is really important. And I think I also appreciate being able to see that 5-year projection, because I do think we can plan around when ARPA funding could be used and how to then build in moving forward. So I think we have a lot to think about. And I also just think we can continue to use our early childhood action plan to leverage private dollars, as some folks have mentioned today, on some of these stickier issues that maybe public funding, can't be the only solution. But I do think that public funding is critical for our childcare, for stabilizing our childcare infrastructure in Durham, particularly as we're growing as a community as much as we are. So I'm looking forward to working on this with you all this year and being as much of a resource as I can for the board, as y'all have a lot of big and challenging decisions to make. So thank you.
Commissioner Howerton, if I can add one last piece.
Sure.
Many years ago, Durham County had the foresight to add early childhood to the economic development criteria for bringing businesses to the community. We're one of the few, actually, that have that as part of our economic development plan. And I would encourage the county that when we are bringing businesses to the community, that they not just focus on the K-12 area, but that it has to include early childhood, and we use the tools that we have in front of us.
Yeah, totally agree with you. Right now we're at such a critical juncture around crime in our community. And we're talking about all kinds of programs to invest in more programs for youth. We have to invest early. We have to invest now, but we also, it's not an either or. We have to invest early in our children because education is so key to our young people being successful in life. So thank you, Marsha, for saying that. Commissioner Jacobs.
Yeah, this is a great conversation. Thank you. And I feel like Durham County, we're modeling exactly what you just said, Marsha. You know, our new project at 300 East Main Street is including a child care facility. And, you know, I think, thank you for reminding us that what expectations that we need to set and be clear about for everyone else. And I'm wondering, you know, we've been talking a lot today about how do we really get the word out about what we're doing. And I'm wondering if there is an opportunity when we do a press release around the new applications for Durham Pre-K, which is really only a month away, might be a good opportunity to work with our county public information staff around giving the community an overview of where we've come with this program, you know, since 2015, you know, what we've achieved. Commissioner Carter gave a great synopsis of that, and then what our goals are. You know, I think that this might be a good opportunity to do that at this time.
Yeah, I would like to just throw a shout out to your team. Miss Craig Ray and her team. They have worked so helpfully with us in the piece of utilizing all the county resources to improve the marketing for the program. And it's really made a difference in really reaching some families. As we know, everyone is so busy and they have to hear it in a lot of different ways.
And you all being a part of things like the Durham Holiday Parade. Durham Pre-K was in that parade. So thank you all.
All right, anything else? Any other questions, comments? Well, again, Marsha, Linda, Kate, thank you so much for this presentation today. We look forward to what's next as we go forward. All right, if it's nothing else, all right. Let's see, what is the next thing? We've got, so there's a resolution that Commissioner Jenkins brought forward, and we need a motion to suspend the rules to approve the resolution for Linwood Hedge Path.
So move. Oh.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Commissioner Burns, second by Commissioner Jacobs to suspend the rules. We have a roll call by the clerk.
Commissioner Alam.
Aye.
Commissioner Burns.
Aye.
Commissioner Carter.
Aye.
Vice Chair Jacobs.
Aye.
Chair Howerton.
Aye. It's been approved 5-0 to suspend the rules. Now we need a motion to approve.
I would entertain a motion to approve the resolution before us.
Okay. Are you giving the motion?
I mean, I'm making a motion, sorry. I'm making a motion to approve the resolution.
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Commissioner Jacobs, second by Commissioner Burns, to approve the resolution. Clerk, call the roll.
Commissioner Alam.
Aye.
Commissioner Burns.
Aye.
Commissioner Carter.
Aye.
Vice Chair Jacobs.
Aye.
Chair Howerton.
Aye, been approved. The resolution been approved 5-0. Okay, the next thing let's see, the next on the agenda is review of commissioner directives.
Guess we've gone from good morning to good afternoon, commissioners, but hopefully it won't be too much longer. I sent out to you links to the 2021 directives, which, as I noted in the email, are pretty much taken care of. There are a few little odds and ends here, but most of which were slated for completion in 2022 anyway. And then we've got a brand new template to be working on in 2022. So happy to entertain any questions. But again, you're welcome to review that document or documents at any time and send questions out to staff whenever you wish.
Any questions or comments from commissioners? Hearing none. Thank you, Drew. The next portion are comments, comment period from commissioners. This is a time, if there are any comments or anything of interest that the commissioners want to relay to the board. Commissioner Alam.
Thank you, Chair Overton. I just have one quick thing. I wanted to celebrate Director Jenkins and his entire team. The Public Health Board just received their rankings for 2021, the county health rankings, and we are one of the healthiest counties in North Carolina, with Durham County ranked 7th among all counties. So that's a really exciting recognition to receive, and it's all thanks to the hard work of Director Jenkins and his amazing team.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Burns, did I see your hand?
Mine is really, really quick. Hopefully we will be able to share this. There is a new community college grant that is currently available. I know that we have a frontier, and we're always talking about how we can make sure the parents know about some of our educational opportunities, because Durham Tech does provide so much, especially with the pipeline that we're trying to build some of these good jobs. But there was a recent press release. So for some of our students that are coming out, this grant will allow students that are graduated in 2021, 2022, or folks who graduated in 2020, as long as you're starting, you started going to one of our community colleges in 2021. Eligible students are guaranteed $700 to $2,800 per year for tuition and fees. And this program is set to start for the spring semester of 2023, but there's some possibilities there for 2022. Either way, it's called the North Carolina Long Leave Commitment Grant. And I know a lot of us have been sharing that on social media. I want us to continue to share that one. I know that we recently opened up some of our boards and commission appointments again, because we're not getting some of the applicants that we needed. I just want all of us to continue to share those through our own platforms. I know some of us use a lot of social media. A lot of us go and speak at different groups. We have seen, 1 or 2 applicants here, and then some we haven't seen any at all. So we do want to make sure that even during the holidays and with COVID, that we're still engaging folks. I know I talked to some of you all about that, but that was, I think, for the racial equity commission was one. And I don't know, I think it already closed, but I know that Durham Corporate Extension is looking for somebody, but I think that closed at the end of December. But if we could continue to push those, and I know that some folks talked about how we could revamp how we do our boards and commissions. And also on the website right now, I know that some of us have requested it. Now it might be different today, I haven't looked, but we still have the hyperlink. It says August 2021 appointment. It'd be nice to go ahead. I know we've done other documents, but we need, to make sure it says January, because I did have some folks say, well, Commissioner Burns, you sent me a link, but these say August. Let's just make sure that what we have on the website and what the community sees is up to date. Even if the hyperlink is up to date, the language needs to be, because it kind of throws people off a little bit. But those are my 2 things: the new grant and making sure that we're publicizing our commission and boards appointments correctly and to the best of our ability. Thank you.
Welcome. Anything else? I don't see any hands. Anything else? Okay, I'm sorry, commissioners, I just get sidetracked when I hear of another shooting in our community. It just distracts me. I think that brings us down to the end of our agenda. And I want to thank the community, thank the staff and everyone that's been on Zoom today. And we are getting ready for a closed session. The board is requested to adjourn into closed session to consult with an attorney employed or retained by the public body in order to preserve the client-attorney privilege between the attorney and public body, which privilege is hereby acknowledged pursuant to GS 143-318.11A3. We will be moving on into closed session.
You need a motion.
Oh, okay. I need a motion to move into closed session.
I move that we adjourn to closed session for the purposes stated.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to move into closed session. Monica?
Commissioner Alam.
Aye.
Commissioner Burns.
Aye.
Commissioner Carter.
Aye.
Vice Chair Jacobs.
Aye.
And Chair Howerton.
Aye. 5-0. We're moving into closed session. Okay, I'm just gonna minimize this.
We're just waiting for Chair Howardson to log in. She's in the office today with only one computer, so Maceo is over there helping her navigate to get back to open session.
All right, here we go. All right. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, we have met in closed session and I have a motion. First of all, I need a, what do I need? I need a motion
Suspend
the rules to make a motion.
So moved, Madam Chair.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second that we make a motion to suspend the rules. The clerk will call the roll.
Commissioner Long.
Aye.
Commissioner Burns.
Aye.
Commissioner Carter.
Aye.
Vice Chair Jacobs.
Aye.
Chair Howardson.
Aye. Approved 5-0. So the commissioner, I will read the motion. The motion says, I move that the Durham County Board of County Commissioners, pursuant to the terms of a letter of engagement, hire attorney Sonny Hayes of the law firm of Wumble, Bond and Dickerson to represent and defend the county and or board in potential litigation that may be filed on behalf of Wendell Davis, former manager, Durham County manager. So that's the motion, commissioners. Is there comments, questions, or do I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Commissioner Jacobs, second by Commissioner Burns. A roll call by the clerk.
Commissioner Long.
Aye.
Commissioner Burns.
Aye.
Commissioner Carter.
Aye.
Vice Chair Jacobs.
Aye.
Chair Howardson.
Aye, it has moved, it has been approved 5-0. If there are no other items on the agenda, I'll ask for a motion to adjourn.
So moved, Madam Chair.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, yes. Did we?
Hello?
Oh,
Yes.
that's the attorney. He's just logging in. I think he had to dial in.
Yeah, the link wouldn't put me back in for some reason, so I'm dialing by phone.
Okay, we've already made the motion and we're making them, we're moving to adjourn.
Okay, great.
Okay, where were we?
Move to adjourn.
Okay. She called everybody, so it's 5-0?
No, second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to adjourn, and then the clerk is calling the roll.
Commissioner Long.
Aye.
Commissioner Burns.
Aye.
Commissioner Carter.
Aye.
Vice Chair Jacobs.
Aye.
And Chair Howardson.
Aye, we have adjourned. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you. Vice Chair Howardson and Vice Chair Jacobs and Chair Howardson, we have agenda prep. I've attached it to your calendar. I'll be sending out a quick email to everyone so we can go ahead and log in. It should be very quick.
Okay, so I need to go, we need to close out of this one.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.